Vibe blowing at the J. Got the loud jumping at the bay. Everything I'm on slab. Everything I do is got the Benz jumping at the bay. Vibe blowing at my J. Got the loud jumping at the bay. Everything I'm on slab.
We've been with the Brazilians. This would be the first.
They wild, I think.
I'm innocent.
Bro, you hear that guy? What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another New World Order YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back to the Wake Up Show. Part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne it is New World Order. The King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth. Yours truly, the Notorious one. A.K.A. Mr. Coachellini, better known as the Prognosticator, Coach Stradamus. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with none other than EWF. That is every woman's fantasy in the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO, Niggero, of Fixes Binds LLC, the Unbinder, the Undebatable, the undisputed best entertainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me Mr. Third Leg Greg.
Leg was just phenomenal.
I'm also the man with no trabajo, no working. I'm also the Mitch Slapper, the anointed one.
Acknowledge me.
I'm the founding father of the Afterpill, the junior college sociologist. I'm the Morpheus of the Matey Matrix, the chocolated Confucius, the Black Moses, the Deliverer. Also the man that walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game. But in case you forget those names, just call me CGA, C God, Allah. And I'll be the 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. I got a great show for you today. There's a childless career woman that says she regrets sacrificing her life for her career.
So I could focus on my career.
And she's single and childless at 50. And she is lonely and probably broke. Probably broke.
You get it through your thick skull that I'm broke.
Okay, that
Dead,
too.
flat, stony broke. I've got $3.85 in my purse.
All right, we got that coming up here, and we got a great show for you today. We're going to actually see a video of why internet sensation AMP member Duke Dennis tells you why he does not use the cold approach technique that is taught to you by numbers and numbers of dating coaches as to get you to accept failure in delivering your introduction to women. All right, we're going to have internet sensation Duke Dennis, somewhat futuristic Pookie extraordinaire himself, reveals why he, with all of this status and his good look and charm, does not cold approach women. All right, we're going to bring that up because that seems to be a fabulous conversation to have between a group of men. We have Doom and Gloom CGA, another historic nation collapsing right in front of our face right now.
New world order.
Well, the government's collapsing, and they're going to name a replacement for one of these liberal individuals. I call him an agent.
New world order.
All right, a fabulous country that has often been historically in the last 450, 500 years. The government toppled overnight as there's a ouster of the prime minister of this country. We're going to go over that. We also have Straggle and Sniggle Theater. A woman said why she will refuse to date men with children. All right. What an interesting show. All right. Yeah. Anyway, but to contribute to today's show, $ Notorious CGA on the Cash App. It is $ the Notorious CGA on the Cash App. Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV. PayPal is paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams. And that is near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat.
New world order.
On the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. We're living in interesting times. I was actually talking to this Ling. She's half Ling and half Swedish. All right, you should see her.
New world order.
You should see this woman. All right, she's definitely a nice tall drink of Ling water. All right, and it's Takeout Thursday. I didn't forget, but and I was talking about, I was like, yeah, I got some trips coming up, and 2025, I'm thinking of going to Europe. Assuming we're not in a full World War III.
New world order.
I don't know if you guys knew that you can travel during the World War.
New world order.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, you can travel. I mean, I actually did some research. People were traveling still to Europe when they was getting blown up. The little mustache man was just marching tanks around. People were still going on vacation there. War is interesting. War is interesting. You can still be at the hotel pool and they out there skitty popping each other. You just
pop, skitty keep pop, and a pop, boom.
Now, I wouldn't do it. All right, I wouldn't do it. Just, you never know. All right, you never know. They might think that I'm coming in a cargo plane, and then all of a sudden,
pop,
right?
Skitty keep pop, and a pop, boom.
I wouldn't do it. You know what I mean? And if France breaks down, collapses, break down, steady me breaking me on down. All right, I ain't trying to be out there. All right. I ain't trying to be in Germany and they out there skitty popping each other in. So I might have to stay here. All right, anyway. And definitely we can't go to Russia right now. They ain't letting you go. All right, you got to come back and be debriefed Lee Harvey Oswald style. All right, anyway. If I bring a Russian bride back, a Russian Marina back, you think they'll set me up as a patsy? I don't know.
New world
I haven't
order.
been in the military, so I don't have to worry about all that. I'll bring me back a Russian marionette if I want to. All right. Anyway, let's get to the earlier contributors to today's show. And after that, we have Takeout Thursday coming up here, man. This should be a fun show. This is going to be a fun show. We're going to have fun. All right. Who's already here this morning? Are these people all from this morning? You guys are active, involved and active. And it is our brother here, no government name, says, since only poor Mitches have a problem with women liking men as a utility and not love them like they love their own kids, do you think that the Mitches who still be bothered by it? Oh, you said, would they still be bothered by it if they were wealthy? I think they would be. Yeah, they could be. Let's say, you mean if they were poor and they became wealthy, or if they were a part of wealthy society? That's two different things. I mean, that would be two different things. Like if he was poor and he became wealthy and then he realized how women cozy up on you right here, right? How, a lot of men can't handle that, or a lot of men would probably take advantage of it and put themselves into harm's way. So if they didn't have money, let's say they didn't have money and became wealthy, I think it would break their heart. I think it would break their heart. Like everybody remembers this moment of CGA and CGA lure. Or do I have it? Oh, here it is right here. All right. Everybody remembers this moment of me at Mastro's. All right.
Oh, the humanity.
When you roll in some circles, this old washed up Becky, came and sat in my lap, and I was looking at her like,
oh, the humanity.
She definitely was on some toot. All right. She definitely was tooting. All right. And she had some drink in her.
Oh, the humanity.
All right. And I was just sitting there minding my business. And she was like, you're so handsome. You're so beautiful. She was smelling my neck. She was like, you smell so good. I was like, damn, apex predator.
Oh, the humanity.
All right. You'll be brokenhearted after a while. You were like, because what you're going to find out is, damn, it's been about the money the entire time. That's what I think people will find out. All right, I was just sitting down trying to have a meal at the bar at Mastro's, and this bitch jumped in my lap. I was like looking at her like,
oh, the humanity.
I was looking at her like,
wait a minute. Who are you?
All right, she was trying to get a piece of that chocolate third leg right there. She was like,
Your third leg was just phenomenal.
yeah. All right, stranger. Hey, man, strange things happen when women think you got money. Strange things happen when women think you got money. They just jump in your lap, in your car. I've seen it all since I got a couple of dollars in my pocket. All right, since I got a couple of dollars in my pocket. And if anybody's on the JUCO stream, you guys realize that women approach you. I mean, people were like, it's not true. You know what's funny about it? Now that you, all right, now that you bring that up, I hear a lot of guys try to dispel the myth about when you get money, that women will approach you, because they'll be like, everybody's telling these guys that if they get their money up, women will start approaching them. That's not true. And I say, hold up, wait a minute. The person trying to dispel that myth, my question to you is this: have you had money? This is what I want to know, right? This is what I want to know. The people that say, because that's one of the things that I say. I was like, guys, I don't know if you know this, but when you're rolling in circles and you're in places and traveling to certain places, sometimes if the women are unattached or in there, they kind of go for you. When they're in this position where they're monetized dating, they go for you. My question is, if you're dispelling that myth, have you had money to dispel the myth? Or are you just saying the myth isn't true, but you don't have experience? Like you're saying it's, oh, that's not true. How do you know? Did you have money? I always look at people when they have that conversation. These red pill guys trying to preach to guys to get your money up. They're lying to you, because getting your money up doesn't mean you're going to get women. What reference point are you speaking from? Are you speaking from a man that had money and then didn't get approached? Or are you speaking from a man that never had money and then you're saying, I'm just going to assume it's not happening? Like, please give me your perspective. It's important. It's important. All right. Because if you've never had money, how the fuck do you know that it ain't true? How the fuck do you know that it's not true? You're just saying it's not true, but you've never been in that predicament. All right. Anyway, I'm getting riled up. As ABL says, I'm getting triggered. But that type of shit triggers me, because I'm like, you're literally trying to dispel a myth that you can't even say you lived or proved. All right, just pisses me off. I'm like, man, dude, will people give the straight answers here? I know my shit is controversial, but nobody will give anybody a straight answer. Yeah, don't get money is crazy advice. Yeah, man, don't try to better yourself and get money just so women can approach you, because that's not true. How do you know, Ninja? All right, how would you know that? All right. He says, can you explain why most men who have present fathers only aspire to be like their father but not surpass them? My father told me once as a kid, my goal should be to surpass him, not to be like him, aka the winner mindset, aka, and he says, it always stuck with me to achieve more than my Gen Z adults today. Well, historically, most children have done better than their parents by virtue of the things the previous parents set up. So it is true that generations have done better than their parents. You know what generation so far has demonstrated to not have done better than their previous predecessors? Can you guess? Now, it's still early, so, you know, most of these people haven't lived out an adult life, but there's only one generation so far that has not done better than their parents, and it's Gen Z. Now, you will have some outliers where you can point to some OnlyFans girls and some YouTube streamers. All right, yeah. But in general, in total, all right, Gen Z right now is on pace to do worse than their parents. On pace. All right, so Gen X has far exceeded their parents. All right, but, you know, and this isn't by leaps and bounds. But we're talking about in income and shit like that. Yeah, boomers, you guys don't realize boomers salaries, boomers incomes, they might have typed off early in their career when they were in their 30s and 40s. You guys don't understand this. Boomers incomes, and I know this for a fact. Now, I have to preface this, and this show is already getting long. That's what she said. But boomers' incomes in their 30s and 40s, they were possibly making $45K a year. $50K, maybe. Maybe. Now, their cost of living was lower, right? Everything was lower. The strength of the dollar was better. So they could live off of very little. But dude, boomers' incomes in their 30s and 40s, dude, people were in their 20s and 30s making $23K, buying a house, starting a family. Look it up, man. Boomers were not killing it. Now, today's boomers, now they finally starting to get that stride where they're making $80K and shit like that, $80 and $90K. All right, but a lot of boomers in their 30s and 40s, they might have topped off at $35K, $40K, and they worked for 20 years making $35 and $40K for sure. Yep. So a lot of Gen Xers came out right out of the gate, possibly in the first 10 years of their career, making more than boomers. Okay, but boomers made a steady income longer. They had less recessions, but they also had, you know, result of some things like that. But yeah, I mean, that's just the reality of it. So today now you have Gen Z. They can't get out of the box, right? By the time they're starting to hit their 30s, you got millennials, young millennials. They're at their 30s and 32. Some of them as old as 42. Those people made great incomes, but the Gen Z now and the young millennials now, they don't have the strength of the income as the boomers do. They might make slightly more or even, but Gen Z boys struggling. All right. So anyway, yeah, enough about that. MC Hampshire says, my girl woke up from a nightmare and said she was visited by the ghost of Punani past. I said, let me help you feel better, baby. She said, she told me Tiny Tim can't come home for Christmas. It's an evil world we live in. That's an interesting chat.
It's an evil world we live in.
All right. And he says right here, the UnitedHealth CEO and his wife were separated. Yet she knew he was receiving death threats. Yes, we're going to talk about that coming up here.
What that mean?
Yes, indeed. Abel returns to Eden. Hello to my brother, considering Monk yesterday. Know that your biggest enemy will be blue pill men and family members of either gender. Any man who controls his destiny is an enemy of the all wicked mortals. Never doubt that. He says, peace be unto thee. Love Abel. When you go monk mode, you are considered an enemy to a lot of people. All right, we're going to talk about that. Real Fit Style says, I read The Manipulated Man, and it confirms a lot of things that I already knew deep down about women. Great book, only second to The Free Agent Lifestyle, of course. These are really stupid creatures, as Vilar says, but that Punani is their only power. And it is a powerful tool. It is a powerful tool. Jabman says, men do want good girls if the girl will stay with him. If he has intercourse outside the relationship. The issue is that men want to fall in love with 304s. Yes, indeed. And we know that there's some men that don't want to be loyal. So, again, there's kind of no point for a good girl to be a good girl if you're going to come out here and tell her biblically that you can have multiple women. Today's women aren't going for that, right? So you want a good girl that you can sleep with and then go sleep with some hoes on the side. Let's just call a spade a spade. All right, and we got a couple more. Shout out to the monogamous men out here. The monogamous men of America. No government name E. Hey, coach, wanted to drop off some money. He says to show some love. The rant is why most of us are here. F the haters, man. Shout out to you.
I got money.
Yep. You're ranting. I don't like it. Makes me feel uncomfortable. Resurrect the Sip before so coach. Why does this space teach everything but how to deal with your co-parent, your co-parent's boyfriend? I just realized like a couple days ago you're trolling. But I appreciate the trolling. And he says, Coach, do you think it's possible for a divorced woman? You think a divorced woman can hate the guy, blue pill ex-husband, and hate the kid she had with him after getting exposed and it's head over heels to pookie-philia?
What that mean?
Okay. All right. I just realized that a few days ago he's trolling me. All right. But he's sending super chats, so I'll read them. All right. I was like, oh, these aren't serious situations. These are situations you've thought about and came up with. I'll read it, though. Hey, if you want to troll, if you want to troll me and pay for it, go ahead. I'll read it right on the internet. All right. So anyway, let's get to it because you know what day it is. It is Thursday, and it is time for us to get some Lings in here. All right, where they at? Where my girls out here? Oh, man, wait till you see this. Oh, Sookie now.
What kind of fuck you give me?
Hello. Look at the skin on them girls. Oh, my goodness. Hello. Oh, yeah. This is how I check my Lings before they come in the house. I'm like, hey, get through the bowl. Come on, we ain't coming up in here. All right, too much rice today. Oh, yeah, let's go. Hello.
American people ain't kind of fuck.
Let's go.
What kind of fuck you give me?
Yes, I got you one. Yes, indeed. Oh, my goodness. What is she doing?
For humanity.
Yes, indeed. Let's go.
I like to get dominated.
Yeah. Oh, my. Wow.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. Did she spit? Oh, my goodness. Lord have mercy. Yes, indeed.
For humanity.
Yes, indeed. I got to have them. Look at that. I want to be that stick. Oh, my goodness. Yes. Oh, my favorite girl right here. She don't even fit through the pole, but I got to get her in. Yes, indeed. Oh, she jiggling. Okay, let's go. Boy, we might need 2 rounds in here. Oh.
What kind of fuck you give me?
Yes, indeed. Oh, my goodness, Lord.
For humanity.
What is going on with them things? Lord have mercy. Oh, she cute. Okay, with the Batman dance. Hello. Woo. Hey, yes.
What kind of fuck you give me?
Yes, indeed. I got you. Oh, my goodness.
I like to get dominated.
I like
Yes,
to
Choked,
indeed.
whooped, spanked, told what to do. I need a man to take charge and let me just, be goofy.
Wowzers, man.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Oh, my goodness gracious. All right, man almighty. I wasn't even done. We need a round 2. All right, we need a round 2. What is going on, man?
Lord have mercy.
Okay, this is crazy.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Which one was AI? All right, the one that spit? All right, did she spit something out? All right, goodness gracious. All right, dude, who wants a round 2? Everybody that wants a round 2, say yay. Oh, my Lord. Jeez, man, them girls are something else. Asian women taking over.
I like to get dominated.
They taking over. I'm going in Thursday. Come on, man. Round 2. Hey, I got time, man. Look, I got time.
Yeah, I got time.
We're running it back. All right, let's go. Takeout Thursday. Come on. Round 2. Let's go. Oh, man.
For humanity.
Here we go. Goodness. All right, here we go. Oh, my good. They getting thicker, too. Holy mackerel. Just.
Lord have mercy.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, is this AI y'all were talking about? I don't think so. I have no idea. Goodness.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Yes, indeed. Goodness gracious. Okay. All right. Jeez Louise. Okay.
Oh, the humanity.
Yes, indeed. A lot of rice in that bowl. There's a lot of rice in that bowl. Oh, my. Wowzers. Okay. Is that what AI too? Okay. Oh, yes, indeed.
Oh, the humanity.
I like the ones I can fold up and put in my pocket. All right. That's the ones I want. Okay. Wow. Oh, man.
What the hell? Oh, my God. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. How can y'all not like Lings? I know. I had to ask myself that one time. This show is gone. All right. This show is gone already. Let's go. Oh. Is this AI too? This is AI.
New world order.
I'm getting on the plane. Oh my goodness. Oh, not the Black Widow. Oh my goodness.
New world order.
Oh my goodness. She got the A cups too. Hello. All right. Goodness. Hello. Oh my goodness.
Oh, the humanity.
Oh my goodness. Wait a minute. I pressed the wrong button. Hello. That's me right there looking at this ninja right here. All right. Come on. Which one's your favorite one right here? Hey, let's go.
Oh, the humanity.
What kind of fuck you give me? I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
Hey, let's go. Yes, indeed. That was a fire takeout.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
All right. He said the Black Widow, man. The Black Widow one right here. This one right here gonna get you every time right here. The Black Widow. I call her the Black Widow. She's just vicious looking. You know what I mean? She will get you. She know how to play chess too. Oh, I can play chess with her. I'll play chess all right. Sunken chess, but all right. Okay, man. This has been a great show. Let me check up on Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. What's going on right here? All right, who's going to Asia after this? I'm going to Asia after this. All right, who's up here? Who's up here? Is it Corey? Corey says, good morning, coach.
New world order.
Shout out to you. Khalid Cooper says, salute. Appreciate you, sir. Shout out. And we'll give you a sponsorship at this point, Khalid.
I'm rich, bitch.
Shout out to our brother Mo Mart in the building. He says, thanks, CGA, for all that you do saving lives. Indeed. Shout out to Orion V. Says, you described my dad perfectly on the polo skit. All right. Shout out to you. Oh, yeah. All right. And then with not the one with the tiger jumping off of it. Shout out to Kirby H. Says, salute to the GOAT. Best day of the week. Ling Day. All right.
What kind of fuck you give me?
Ling, I'll take care of you, baby. All right, we taking care of you. All right, it's rainy season in the Philippines from what I heard. So be careful there, right? But it doesn't matter. You can go there any day of the year. We got Loud Pocket says, ham and eggs on me today, coach. He says, can I get a bacon sizzling sound? We got the bacon going on right here. Crackling bacon. No government name SD, coach. You gave a gem last night when you said if a woman has moved around multiple times, she's definitely is running from her history. Yes, she is. She's running from her history. I used to live in an international city, and when I met a girl that had lived in 3 or 4 cities, something always seemed off about her. Yep. Hey, man, a girl says, where were you last? I was in Atlanta, then I was in Dallas, then I was in LA, now I'm in Seattle. A woman that's doing that, and then you're like, what are you doing here? I don't know. I'm thinking of getting a job, and like they don't have a plan. They didn't move for a job. She definitely running in these streets, and shout out to them. Listen, I'm just warning you, because a lot of you guys are going to fall for it. I'm not saying nothing's bad. I'm not saying I ain't going to do nothing, but definitely don't take her seriously. Do not take her seriously. Okay, so be careful. She might be running from her dad, a pimp, an ex-boyfriend. They'll have no explanation. I lived in Hawaii. I lived in California. I lived in Miami. I lived in Miami. They live in Miami, and then they'll move to Austin, Texas. And they went from Kansas to move to Miami. Now they moving to Austin. They searching for something. Yep. She's searching for something, and she doesn't know what it is. All right. And then I think we got, I suppose that's it. But let me go ahead and change my banner because we're going to get into the Doom and Gloom CGA. I don't know where it is. Wait, why is it not showing up? Hold up for a second. See something. Oh, there it is. Okay. Doom and Gloom CGA. Doom and Gloom CGA. We got New World Order activity going on. We got New World Order activity going on. It's getting weird out here, ladies and gentlemen. Protect your hat. All right, first things first, we got Moose Hefner reminding us that, yeah, people are in bad shape economically here. Don't let them think that they're in good shape.
Can't you get it through your thick skull that I'm broke?
It said car repos are up 23%. More people are falling behind on car payments than ever before. And one of the things that I warned you about, despite me doing the same thing, buying cars during the pandemic was going to be a mistake. Now, I bought one, but I was telling y'all, if you buy one and you ain't buying it outright or putting a 50%, 75% down, right, you gonna make a mistake. If you're going in there and you're trying to get a car with that PPP loan money or with those stimmy check dollars, you're going to get got. And a lot of people bought cars between 2020 and 2022, and now they're catching up. It's catching up to them. All right, 5, 6, 7, 8-year loans. It's catching up to them because it was pretty good in 2020 economically in 2021. But I saw the writing on the wall, and I said, even Jeff Bezos said, don't buy anything. All right, so if you've been a fan of my show for, those 5 years, I was telling you, I was showing reports. People were telling people, stay cash heavy. Make sure you got cash. Make sure you got, and I always would say $25K in your bank account. Make sure you have $25K. All right. If you ain't got $25K, you shouldn't be buying a car. Okay. So you need to have money for lean times. And, people are running around here 25, 35, 45K saved up. If you don't got that and you buy a car, you're going to make a mistake. And you're going to have the repo man visiting your door. We got more Doom and Gloom CGA. Apparently, France's government toppled as lawmakers oust the prime minister in a no confident vote. Let's take a look at France. New World Order. I've been to France, all right, and I'm gonna tell you, man, this is sad to see the direction that France is going. Haven't been stable since the little mustache man marched in on their ass. All right, it's been a tough go for France. They've gone woke, and there's pretty much no Caucasian people there anymore. It's becoming a non-white country, although are they really white? Kind of, Mediterranean white. All right, let's see what's happening over here.
La séance est reprise. Voici le résultat du scrutin. Majorité requise pour l'adoption de la motion de censure 288. Pour l'adoption 331. La majorité requise.
All right, for all the people who had take French class in high schools, you know what she's saying here. And she thick. All right, here she goes right here. Bonjour, parlez-vous français? All right, good Lord, have mercy. Oui, oui.
Étant atteinte, la première motion de censure est adoptée. Il n'y a pas lieu de mettre aux voix la seconde motion. Les conclusions de la commission mixte paritaire sur le projet de loi de financement de la sécurité sociale pour 2025 sont donc considérées comme rejetées. En raison de l'adoption de la motion de censure et conformément à l'article 5.
Well, listen, we can't understand that, lady. All right, oui. All right, come on, slow down here. Essentially what they did was they fired their prime minister. All right, that's what they did. All right, that's what they did. They kicked them out of there. And this macaroon, I'm going to call him macaroon, and they dumped him. It was like, get the fuck out of here, man. We tired of this bullshit. You an agent for the Swords Girls. New order. All right, you're an agent for Swords Girls, and take your old nanny wife with you. Remember, his wife was his teacher, right? And she an old nanny. All right. Is this ninja even heterosexual? I won't know, man. But it says right here, French rejection or true French Revolution. Man, I'm glad the guillotine doesn't exist right now. All right, because they would have marched the ninja to the guillotine, I'm pretty sure. All right, but it says the French rejection. French government collapses after dramatic no confident vote in latest crippling embarrassment for the hatred of the leader, Macaroon. All right, and so there it is. It's Macron, by the way. He will likely name a successor before Trump's visit this weekend. They kicked him out this weekend. Damn. All right.
Gotcha, bitch.
How you get fired on your day off? You get fired on your day off. All right. So anyway, just to hear it right here. Why do they keep showing him? All right. Why are they showing him? It says right here, the French government right here has collapsed. Yeah, coup d'etat style. It's not Macaroon. He's still the president. It's the prime minister. My bad, but you get it. It's not Macaroon. Macaroon's going to name the prime minister's replacement. Thank you for the prime minister's gone. They fired him on his day off. All right, there it is.
New world order.
All right, I got the president and the prime minister mixed up.
New world order.
All right, why they dump him? All right, it says right here, the French government has collapsed after a historic vote of no confidence was passed against the prime minister, Michel Barnier. Is that how you say it?
New world order.
All right, it says right here, this is the first no confidence vote in more than 60 years.
New world order.
All right, there it is right there, man. That's terrible. There he is. There's the president, Macaroon. All right, he's likely to choose a successor really quickly here. It's okay, I'm not from France. Parlez-vous français? All right, it says right here, man, but this is no good either. All right, this is no good either. But what happened to France? Anybody know? What happened in France? France was really a powerful country. They haven't been the same since the mustache man marched in there. He looking a little interesting too there. But the government's collapsing? It's crazy. All right, be careful out here, man. Should I travel to Europe this fall? Maybe next spring? All right, so anyway. He picked a 34-year. Was it a woman? He didn't pick a woman. All right, so what are we doing here, man? I don't know. What would be the synonymous? What would be synonymous with this? Explain this in American terms. This would be bad news. Speaking of America.
New world order.
All right, it says right here, the UnitedHealthcare CEO, Niggero, assassinated. And the assassin believed to have left messages at the scene on bullet casings. Well, you're saying what happened there? The UnitedHealthcare CEO shooting. The latest news, police appear to be closing in on shooter's identity. Sources say, I can't play the video. The video is very, very graphic for YouTube terms. But let me go ahead and show you a still picture of what happened. Here we go. All right, you had a masked vigilante come in with what you look like as a silencer, and she hit him with the pew, pew, of the CEO, Niggero, of UnitedHealthcare. Now, a lot of people have conspiracy theories related to this. It happened in broad daylight, essentially not it's early in the morning. All right, and walked up right behind him coming from a hotel in Midtown Manhattan. I wonder where he was coming from. Sources say that the CEO, Niggero, was separated from his wife. So there could be some possibilities of connection there. People are saying that there's some NWO activities.
New world order.
There's definitely hitman activity here. And listen, people are asking about why there's no security. This tells me that there was something up, right? There was something afoot. Possibly there might have been a liaison, a honeypot. Maybe he was meeting with another woman and away from his security detail, and the other woman possibly was the honeypot. All right, I don't know. I'm just making assumptions here. For him to be walking randomly down the street in early morning town, Midtown Manhattan, and to get deleted like this, something tells me something was up. All right, something definitely was up here if that's all the cases. I know people were saying that there's some political connections here. I don't have the entire story at all because the conspiracy theories are running wild like Hulkamania. All right, but here you go right here. The bullet casings appear to have these carvings. Let's go ahead and show you each book. Now, that tells you that's a planned hit. It definitely was a hit. All right, so it definitely was a hit. There's no conspiracy there because the bullet casings had the word deny, dispose, and defend, and they were written on the live rounds and casings left behind by the assassin after the shooting. All right, so that definitely is a hit.
New world order.
There was a meeting of leadership at the UnitedHealthcare. Yeah. All right. They were about to merge. Okay. So, hey, I don't have all the details related to this. I know this is a hot topic story, and I just wanted to show it to the normies to see what's going on here. But yeah, this is going to be a hotly talked about subject matter on a person we never talked about. So, a CEO of a company. So they were having some situations going on there, some planned mergers. They in broad day. All right. Well, it looks dark outside. It looks like it's early morning, but he walked up right behind him. I mean, I wish I could show the video. Maybe I could show portions of the video. Maybe I actually could show the portions of the video before he got shot. But boy, to be attacked in this manner, all right, that definitely was, woo. I mean, I'm like, damn, you minding your own damn business. Okay, they do have it on YouTube, but of course, when I show it, they're going to block it. All right? When I show the damn thing, they're going to definitely block it. All right, so here we go. There he is walking down the street there. I mean, he looks like he's dressed for wintertime, but he does look like he's playing the game of Assassin's Creed. All right, that's for sure.
New world order.
All right, and look at, damn, all right, Kaylee, albino Kaylee there. All right, so let me see if we can show this portion of the video here. You see the video there. There's the gentleman that gets shot. He's dressed like a mafioso, looking like John Gotti walking down the street with no security. And right behind him, take a look at that, taking aim.
New world order.
Right there. I mean, he lining them up. All right, let me see how far. Let me see if they actually show it. Oh, they don't show it. Good. All right, I'm not going to show it either. But he put one, it looks to be in his low back. All right, and as he got shot, he stumbled, turned around like, what the fuck is happening? And then he put two more in him, JFK head part style.
New world order.
Walking down the street by himself. Ninja damn shot him in the back like a coward. Come on, assassins, don't shoot him in the back. You got to shoot him face square up. Square up. I mean, that is cold-blooded way to go out, man. And you're not even expecting it. Right? You're not even expecting it. You just walking down the street, pow. And then he turned around. He was like, the fuck is going on? And then it was pew, pew. All right, man, be careful. Yeah, man, if you're going to assassinate a guy, look him in the eye like a real man and tell him why you're going to go, I'm going to make you suffer. Man, that's cold-blooded, man. Anyway, that's Doom and Gloom CGA. Stay tuned to that story. Yeah, there was a woman standing there, and she got the hell up out of there. All right, she was standing right there, and she saw it right in front of her face. She got out of there quick. So much for equality. So much for equality. Anyway, let me catch up on any possible other contributions to today's show. We'll get into Straggle and Sniggle Theater. I don't want to keep you guys holding. You guys have donated and made this show in America great again. Give me a second here. Excuse me. All right, so what do we got here? Wow, you guys are donating fast. All right, so I better get through these. The Pimped Out Platypus says, a woman regrets sacrificing a man and his family of her own working for a corporation that doesn't give a damn about her and only the profits that she brings in. Us men been dealing with this. Man up, you bitch, and you better boss up. Boss up.
Better boss up, nigga.
You said you were strong and independent. Now prove it. Well, it's hard, man. Because it's hard when the women get a little bit older and realize they sacrificed their better years. Their better years. And then now they can't make up for lost time. That's what had happened over there. Everett W says, Coach, your riff about the old black woman hating the new young white girl with the bigger salaries had me in tears because I see it firsthand. Thanks for all you do. Hashtag free agent lifestyle for life. Oh, man, if you missed those riffs. It is true, man. Corporations, these young white women come in and they get a nice little title and they come in of the minority women, the Latinas and the black women. Oh, man, they hate that young white girl. That young white bitch, what she know? She just from college, fresh out of college. Okay. We got Wayfarer in the building. Shout out to you. JC says, Coach, my JUCO told me she couldn't come over because she was going through her luteal phase. This meant she had high fertility and emotional. I think that was her way, in her sneaky way, of saying that she wants a baby by me. I said, Bish, do I look like I play Yu-Gi-Oh all day? Beat it. Scram. Get out of here. All right. Get out of here, I say. Yeah, people don't realize the JUCO, they want to get pregnant on you too. Not always, but yes, they can. Isaiah says, but Coach, I still don't get it. Because we tell guys not to deal with gold diggers, but at the same time, we're told to do all things that attract them in the first place. So where is the borderline between leading with your money and just naturally getting women? So that is the tough conversation, right? So this is where men have to figure out where I think the borderline is. So I'm trying to help people understand. So in one instance, guys will tell you to avoid gold diggers. All right. So now I don't typically use the word gold digger to describe a woman. Okay. Now I might have used it as a bookmark term, but I'm never really one to say she's a gold digger. And there's a reason why. Number one, like most women are gold diggers. It's just a level to how they dig gold. Like, for instance, if you get married and then you get divorced and your wife takes you to court and hires a forensic accountant to get as much alimony as she can, well, when she married you, she wasn't a gold digger. But in the divorce process, she certainly is digging for gold, literally. So we think a gold digger is some made-up woman with the duck lips and coming in here and telling you got a trick on her and buy a Birkin bag. But again, that's the beginning part. That's the advanced part. That's her telling you how much it costs. Well, a wife could come in there and say, I don't care about money, but divorce you, hire a forensic accountant, and literally come after every dime she can possibly find. That's gold digging too. So I say women on all levels are gold digging, just kind of like all men pay, all women gold dig. And that's the basis of the relationships. So when people say avoid gold diggers, I'm like, how? Like, all women gold dig to an extent. That's what they want. So let's tackle the next question. The next part of the question is, where's the line between leading with your wallet and naturally getting women? Here's the line. When we tell you to get your money up, we're not telling you to get your money up for women. That is the point. We're telling you to get your money up for leverage and options, not only with women, but in life. That's an abundance mindset that has to do with you'll benefit far more for your money. And as a result, a byproduct of that will be women. So we're not telling you to get money up so you can afford women. We're telling you to get your money up. And as an abundance mindset, a direct correlation of that more than likely will have you have an abundance of women. You see what I mean? There's where the line is. So if you're only procuring money to get better women, that's a mistake. Just like I say, if you're only traveling to get women, that's a mistake. Anytime you're only doing anything to get a woman, it's a mistake. The same thing as cold approach. You're only doing that so you can get the woman, and it's you're hustling backwards. Get financial freedom for yourself, and you will see that some doors will open to you that was not open. That's all the point is. Now, leading with your wallet will get you in trouble if indeed you're looking to get the woman for yourself. Okay, I'm going to get her by showing you, look how much money I have. Look at me. That's not an abundance mindset. You're basically trying to take the advances that you have to try to get a woman that you could not afford. That's not what we're telling you to do. We're telling you to do for yourself. Treat yourself well, and you will find out that women will treat you well. All right, it's what it is, but it's levels to this shit. So there's a line. Men have to really figure out and decipher it. I know, to me, this is a clear message. To you, it might not be clear. It might be confusing, and then you might hear some things that might contradict what I'm saying. But trust me, I have this down pat. There's no contradiction. All right, I don't think that I'm saying any contradictory statement. I don't believe I am. Now, listen, this is my philosophy, so you You might see contradictions and there may be confusions, but I'm saying it's clear, all right? I don't really tell women what I do or what I have. I think, though, women can tell that I'm not a dusty nigga. You see, there's a difference. Now, I don't walk up to women with platinum chains and diamonds and, well, I do have diamond earrings, but that's neither here nor there. And they do see what I drive. They see how I carry myself. They see the places I eat. They see the places I travel to. They hear the conversation. They can clearly see I'm smarter than the average bear. They can clearly see that I'm doing well. All right, that I'm not a broke nigga and I'm not afraid to, like, I took a nice little badass mulatto. All right, and she's a little out of my age range too. Like, she was way out of the age range that I prefer, but she was so bad. But I took her to a little Tommy Bahama shit, right? A little cafe. It was nice weather outside in Vegas. We went, cafe, ate some fish tacos, all right, went home. She knows I'm not desperate. She knows that I'm not trying to fugazi her. So she already knowing, okay, he probably's got something going on. And I didn't brag, and she tried to get me to, what does you exactly do? What do you do? Picked her up in the G-Wagon. She was like, can you pick me up? Pulled up in the G-Wagon. There's no question. She was like, there's no question. This is a guy I want to get to know. Now, still have to vet her out. But she still wanted to know. She was like, can I ask you what you do? And I say, I always tell them the same thing. I'm in the e-commerce, right? And by the way, people don't realize that's a no money deal. A lot of people think all the girls I deal with is tricking. It's not. That girl is a no money deal. I didn't meet her on the JUCO. All right. I met her. Yep. Cheap tacos. That wasn't a JUCO girl. It was a regular girl, and she was gorgeous. And she wasn't really my type. She had big titties. I'm not a big titty fan, but she was good. She was gorgeous. All right. Let me tell you. And I didn't have to talk. So when she asked me, and she was like, look, all right, she asked me, oh, what do you do again? What do you do? I always say e-commerce. And she was like, explain what that is. What is it? And I was like, listen, I don't talk about what I do. All right. But I was like, you'll find out in due time. And she was like, ooh, I like that mystery. Now, gentlemen, right? Gentlemen, I want you to realize, what is that called? Type in, if you're on the JUCO, type in what that strategy is. Anybody knows? I say it every day. All right? I say it every day. Type in what that strategy is. Now, the thing is, if I say e-commerce, she literally looks at it. She literally looks at it and she goes, he obviously successful at it. He says, what? Yep, there it is. That's why I say what it is. It's not the mystery method. I mean, because I don't call it the mystery method. This is my own. I call it the Bruce Wayne. That's why I say I'm the Bruce Wayne of this ish. Every single stream.
New world order.
Every single stream. It's the Bruce Wayne. All right. This is why I call myself the Bruce Wayne of this ish. I approach almost all people in a mysterious way. Nobody knows my alter ego. Nobody knows that I'm a goddamn hero or anti-hero. Nobody knows that I fight crime at night or I fight crime on YouTube. I fight the system on YouTube. I don't show up to people be like, I'm a YouTube god. All right, so I always lead mysteriously in life, not just with women. I do this with men too. All right, I don't be out there telling them I'm a YouTube guy and I got 11,011 members on. The Bruce Wayne of this ish.
New world order.
I want to keep everybody guessing. I don't tell anybody everything. First time I meet you, I don't tell you barely anything about me. I let me speak for myself. Now, if you like what that is, you'll come to the next meeting. You'll come to the next meeting. But if I have to just be like, I'm this and do you like me? I'm that and do you like me? That's why I say I'm the Bruce Wayne of this.
New world order.
Let's have fun. Let's see if we're compatible. Let's see if we can. And that goes from business people. That goes from people that you want to have socializing with. You socialize with. That goes for, like, when I'm at the cigar lounge, I don't jump out here and be like, I'm this and I'm that, and I got a car, and I look at my car, look at my vacations. I don't say anything for days, weeks, months. People find out about me, all right? And they'll be with me for a year. Oh, I found your YouTube. This little Ling was with me for a whole year. She had no clue that I did YouTube. None. She didn't care. And then by the time she found it, it was weeks before she revealed that she found it. She was like, oh, I found you on Instagram. And I found your podcast. It was a whole year. So this is where I'm telling you, when you're asking me what's the difference between leading with your wallet and then picking up girls naturally, you have to develop a mindset of you are who you are regardless of your job. But the way you position yourself is going to speak for itself. I speak for myself. And trust me, some men, some women don't get it. They'll never pick up on it because they're too busy trying to box you in. Okay, you're black, you're Democrat, you're a MAGA, you do this job, you have this, you got new money, you got old money. They're too busy trying to box you in. Me on the other side, I'm not trying to do that. I walk outside, I say, this is me, this is what you get, like it or not. All right, that's the difference between leading with your wallet. Now, if people don't like that, and if you think you got a cold approach and tell a bitch everything about you and what's your name and this is my name, dude, there's women that have been with me and don't even know my first name. Now, if you're not on locals because you refuse to trick for CGA, I suppose you call that you don't want to pay. If you're not on locals, you don't realize that I don't go by my first name when I'm in public. Like, my government name is here on the YouTube. But when I go outside, I'm not Greg. Unless I'm doing something for somebody and they see my name already. If they ask me my name, I tell them a different name. By the time they find out that that's not, by the way, the name that I use is a name, is part of my legal name. So I'm not lying. So I'm not creating a fake persona. But I use a different name. When I meet women in public, I use a different name. I don't use my name, my first and last name. So, and by the way, when I was up in, this show is already going left. When I was up in Utah, met this bad flatback. And if you guys don't believe me, receipts are over on locals. And I showed my receipts on locals. And people don't believe me, bad black flatback. She told me her name. And I'll tell you how I met her. Got to go on locals. And she said, tell me your name. And you know what name I told her? I said, my name is...
Get him, Daddy.
I said, my name is Daddy. And she said...
Okay, Daddy.
No problem. Legs wide open like a field goal. Guys, y'all trying a little too hard. I told her, I said, my name is Papacito. And she said...
Okay, Daddy.
No problem. That's what I'll call you. She didn't say, tell me your name or I'm not going to open my legs open like a field goal. Oh, she was like, okay, sounds good to me.
Okay, Daddy.
Right? Hey, now, anybody think I'm lying? There's one thing you can do. Anybody think I'm lying? And I'm not saying any of this to brag. There's one thing you can do. Click that link and then pay-per-view all of my streams over there. Because the game is to be sold, not told. Anybody pissed at this and all of this stuff? All right. This is how I work my system. It works for me. It may not work for you. Don't copy my shit word for word, bar for bar, because we caught a dude copying my shit word for word, bar for bar. Okay, we actually caught a dude in live in 4K. And if you're on locals, I'm showing you that this, right? He says, nobody think you're lying. There's a couple of ninjas in here crashing out, simping. But click the link. I'll show you how this works. I'm the Bruce Wayne of this ish. It's not just something I say. It's how I live. I'm the Bruce Wayne of this ish.
New world order.
All right, click the link. You'll see it. I got it. And dude, we caught a dude copy my entire profile. He copied it word for word. And one of the Lings that I know hit me up and said, this dude copied your whole shit. All right. Just like this. All right. So anyway, if it is what it is, but look, I'm glad for that question.
New world order.
It is what it is. And I'm not one of these guys because it ain't gonna work for everybody. Because you gotta be it. You can't just copy it. Control V ass ninjas. All right. Yep. Copied it word for word. I was like, damn. Shout out to our brother Resurrected Simp Enforcer said, Ninja, I'm not trolling. I'm serious. And I'm seriously going through it. Actually, I use your advice. Unlike these Mitch ninjas. Okay, my bad. All right. I'll answer the questions. All right. And shout out to our brother NGN coach Rant Adams. Had the mama's boys expose why they prefer and procreate with thick, masculine, and ugly women. Just like their Bama mamas, your rant on Mitch's kids being ugly is their fault is legendary. He says it's funny how Mitch's will call attractive AIs. I think you meant call out. It's funny how Mitch's will call out attractive AIs, but not fat chicks. This is for, dude, I mean, it's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. And I'm not a guy that want to dick police guys. Pause. But this whole idea about fat women, it literally comes from low self-esteem. This is a fact. I can prove it. Because I've been the guy. Listen, I don't speak about things that I don't know about. I'll tell you when I'm in the trenches. Overweight women are for low self-esteem niggas. I mean,
new world order.
It's a fact. That's the only reason you're doing it. You're aiming low to what? Hit. Right? Not saying big women aren't sexy or attractive. I mean, most likely they're not. But as a man, speaking to men, I'm not speaking to the women. Do whatever you want with your body. Make yourself look like a fucking football with legs if that's what you want to do. All right? But they're for low self-esteem ninjas. All right? That don't mean you can't have fun with one. But when you say you prefer them, you're telling me you're broke. I mean, that's what you're telling me.
You get it through your thick skull that I'm broke.
All right? All right? So I'm counseling you. I'm not criticizing you. I'm counseling you. I'm counseling you as a man that struggled with that. I struggled with that. It's a disease. It's a disease. And we'll show you here in a minute. It's Straggle Sniggle Theater.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me. You can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky. Come get high with me. That's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle. I clicked the wrong button over here. Bear with me. All right, we have Ling on Takeout Thursday. This is CGA, done told you. On Straggle and Sniggle Theater, we have a Ling that wants to, she wants to express her regret for doing something that I've warned you about a Ling out here. So let's play the clip.
Oh, is that for me? Hey, I'm really sorry about last. It was a lot. Really mean. Yes. Don't drink that?
Oh no.
What kind of fuck you give me?
Yeah, man, Ling will get your ass, man. You better watch out for Ling.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
All right, hey man, the one thing you got to worry about Ling is she will poison your ass. I'm telling you, man. They know how to get bleach and all kind of arsenic and shit in your drink. Good night, Cinderella. Don't drink. Hey man, if you piss off a Ling, you asking for it. And this is normally when you with them for a long ass time. I met a Ling on a dating app about 10 years ago. She was a widow. And she was like, yeah, my husband died. I was looking at her like, how? Because she was like jovial. She was like, yeah, my husband died. And it kind of like brought it up in the conversation. I was like, how he die? All right. She looking at it like,
what kind of fuck you give me?
Yeah, they know how to get to them, man. They've been poisoning people for thousands and thousands of years. So it's only us American. I like fit and submissive women. All right. This is how fit and submissive women deal with abusers.
Oh, is that for me?
Yeah, for you. She says, yeah, for you. All right, that's what she said.
What kind of fuck you give me?
Yep. And look how you looking at it. Hey, I'll be like, taste it. All right, Lings, all my Lings know they got to taste their food or drink before I drink it. You taste it then. All right, she be like, trust me? Bitch, I said taste it. I didn't ask you about trust or nothing. You need to taste everything you serve me.
Hey, I'm really sorry about last. It was a lot. Yes.
Oh, don't drink that. Oh, no. Look at this guy. You gringos are going to figure it out. You gringos going to figure it out. The submissive women. Hey, man, listen. Remember there was a woman that did that to her husband, was spiking his coffee with bleach? It was a Ling. Or maybe it was a Latina, but she'll get you too. The Latinas will get you one way or another.
I got to cut you.
All right, man. She was like, okay, yeah. That's that. Okay, we'll keep you alive for one more day. But I've been telling you this as a stereotype that they do this, and you guys thought I was making it up. I don't lie to you. Straggle and Sniggle Theater, we have this woman out here. Take a look at this. All right, what is going on with this one?
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say that.
Yeah, it was a Ling. All right, so take a look at this woman. Says, I don't date men that has kids. Man, when you hear this, you're going to wonder why men get attacked for not dating single mothers. Let's play the video.
I dated another guy that had kids. I wouldn't do it again. It's a waste of your time to spend time with anyone's kids.
I feel that.
I would never do it again.
It's such a suck. It kind of, because you get looped into the kids a little bit.
A little bit. But then also you're spending time with these kids that it doesn't come back to you. Do you know what I mean? You spend a year of your life with someone else's kids, and you spend time with your own kids because you want them to take care of you when you're old and stuff. But those kids aren't gonna ever repay me.
Yeah.
So I refuse to spend time with anyone else's children.
Very little value.
They bring zero value to my life. If I wanted kids, I would have my own kids, And I don't hate kids. I used to be a nanny. That's the weirdest thing. I nannied kids and they liked me, and I liked.
But you were getting paid for that, so
right.
there was some kickback there.
Sure, yes.
I'm with you.
And my dad married my mom when she had me, so he had a very different policy. You know what I mean? I wasn't his biological child, and he took care of me. And I'm definitely not going to pay that forward.
Wow.
Not even a little bit.
Wow, the unabashed, unapologetic. Hey, man, and shout out to her, man. That is great for her. But men have been saying that for decades, especially in the last 10 years. Men have been saying that exact same point. Now, the problem with men is that we say it a little bit more hateful and spiteful, and we can't cover it up with words, and we don't say... so then people hear us and say, nah, don't date single mothers. Why? Well, because there's nothing in for us. It's not... Right. And then they hear, oh, you just hate women and there's nothing wrong with single mothers. But she's saying the same thing for men, and they're laughing at it. And they're like, yeah, that's kind of true. What?
Straight jacket.
Do you hear that? I'm telling you, man, this is the cold, evil world we live in, is that a lot of the principles that we apply for ourselves when we stand up for ourselves makes us public enemy number one. But in reality, if you look at it, women never do the things that they suggest you do. They will rarely date a man that has man that has kids. They will rarely do that shit. They what's the point? Exactly. Right? Women dating a man with kids, they do not go out of their way to do that. And almost the only way they do it is if either the guy's a deadbeat and he has nothing to do with the kids, or the kids are grown, all right, so that she has no responsibility to the kid. That's the only way they'll make the exception. But if the kid is a snotty-nosed, crumb-snatching ass kid, they'll be like, nah. Or if you have a good relationship with the baby's mother, I ain't trying to do all that. They will avoid those guys. And that's in general. There are exceptions to the rule to everything, but that proves the rule. Most women are like, why the hell would I date a man with kids and I ain't got no kids? What the fuck's in it for me? Exactly. Exactly. She makes sense to women. But why do women not see that men will not make, why do they see men are not willing to make, why do men have to make that sacrifice? That's the question I'm needing to ask. Why do they allow her to say that and then look at men, and then when he says the same thing, why don't they see it the same? Well, what's wrong with this? You know why? Because they want you to take a bullshit deal. Shout out to her. And by the way, she did acknowledge that she had a stepdad, and she said, I wouldn't do what he did. I've been saying that for a long time. Anybody that I've heard say it's okay because I've had a stepdad, you literally didn't walk in that stepdad's shoes. You walked in the shoes of the one being benefited, taking the benefit. You never been the stepdad. So any woman that says, I think a stepdad is okay, I had a stepdad, I say, that doesn't prove my point. You weren't the step parent. I want to hear a woman say, I was a step parent and it's okay. How many women do you hear saying that? How many women do you hear saying, I was a step parent and it worked out fine? Almost none. You can't vouch for being a step parent because you had one. Okay. All right. You gotta vouch for it because you were one. Let's go ahead and go forward here. Britney Spears is crashing out. And what do I tell you, man? Women don't want to be the age that they actually are. Let's listen to Britney Spears. Okay, here we go.
I'm not turning 42. I'm turning 5 this year. I'm turning 5 years old, and I have to go to kindergarten tomorrow. Baby strawberry, a very, very cute baby cake that my friend. It really kind of hurts my feelings that the paparazzi make my face look like I'm wearing like a white Jason mask. It doesn't even look like me. They've always been incredibly cruel to
man. De-evolution. What drugs are those? She's turning 5 and going to kindergarten tomorrow. Oh, okay. All right. Well, hey. I don't even want to hear the rest of it. I always tell you, man, they be like, I'm still a child. I'm not 42. I'm forever 21.
I'm not turning 42. I'm turning 5.
Hey, man. Well, so that means that anybody has had sex with her is a pedophile. That's the truth. Hey, listen. Hey, man, who remembers me saying we will have age transgenderism or transageism? Like I said that years ago as a joke, and here we are. All right, we're gonna have people say, "Well, I identify as a 12-year-old," and then they're gonna go back and you were like, "But you had sex with my 12-year-old body." I'm like, I didn't do it. And be like, "Yes, you did. I identify as 12. You're a pedophile." I'm like, "Wait, but you're 30." We're gonna have transageism.
This year, I'm turning 5 years old, and I have to go to kindergarten tomorrow.
Merp. Now we know why the father wanted her on that contract. You know, they had her on that contract that was like, she can't spend her own money. They were like, free Britney Spears. Now we see why they did that. The father was not evil. He probably was spending her money up, but yeah, there's that. All right, we have this one, Bulldagger woman. I can't remember her name, but she was a woman going around. Let me see if somebody mentions her name. All right, I don't remember her name. Anybody remember this woman's name here? I've seen her. I don't want to disrespect her. She's definitely well known in and around this space. Princella, I believe her name is. And she's a Lily Lintlicker that runs around telling women about how evil men are. All right. So, and she's a Lily Lintlicker that dates women, and she's a funny looking character. Like, she's attractive, but then weird looking at the same time. I can't really tell. Is it like she has an out of body experience? Like, just talking, you're like, are the words actually coming out of your mouth? All right. And it says right here, a woman gets a small sample of what logical thinking men go through and was flabbergasted. So I would call her an activist for women. Like me, you would say I'm an activist for men, but she's an activist, I believe, for women, who she basically says these guys do this, these guys do that. All right, so this type of thing. But she's a Lily Lint Licker. I call like a bull dagger. I call him a bull dagger, but that's kind of old school. She says now that she went through an interesting situation because she is a masculine woman, how the feminine women treated her when she disrespected another feminine woman. So she's realizing female-owned group preference works against even her as a Lily Lint Licker. All right, so I set it up. Let's go ahead and play the video.
Ian, we late. She want me to stop at Chick-fil-A so she can use the bathroom. I say, well, we can go, because we late and I got to get some gas. You can go, well, I'm going to a new gas station. You can go use the restroom. She throws a fit because I won't make a extra stop so she can go use whatever bathroom she wants to use. Forget that you making me late. Forget that I gotta get gas and I can say we can do one stop. No, she made that a big issue. And guess what the women did? That's your lady. You supposed to stop and do, you supposed to take her to a nice, pretty bathroom. I said, oh, so these women narcissistic. If you think that somebody is the stronger person, since you look at me as a man, because these women are not looking at me as a woman, because the way I carry myself, the way I speak, my assertiveness, these women look at me as a man.
Yeah.
So they treat me like one.
Right.
So in their mind, I was supposed to bend over backwards and take her to a special a special place to use the bathroom. To hell with me making a logical decision to do a one-stop shop so we can get on the road. I was the villain then. You're a narcissist. You're a narcissist. Why didn't you take your girlfriend to go use that bathroom? Wow. I said, so on Ian, we let.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Hey, Princella. One word, 2 words.
Gotcha, bitch.
Man, what did you expect? You thought you were one of them? You're a Lily Lint Licker. You're the dude in this relationship. I know women can somehow justify these trans acts and figure out who's a dude and who's a man. We always go man, woman, and they can have several categories. But at the end of the day, you're the masculine, and you thought they was going to side with you? All right, you idiot.
Gotcha, bitch. Silence, you fool.
Welcome to our world, Princella. All right, I hope it changes your mind about what's going on here, because I've seen some of your clips. You weren't in reality world out here. You have to learn the hard way. You hard-headed. You thought you was going to get the female pass because you got a piece of sweet potato pie between your legs, all right? And I'm pretty sure you wear a strap on too. All right, but you got a little sweet potato pie between your legs and you thought the women was going to side with you. Welcome to being a man out here, all right?
Gotcha, bitch.
She was like, huh? What? Yeah, you late. Hey, Princella, you late.
Gotcha, bitch.
She was like, I thought. You thought wrong.
Gotcha, bitch.
All right, anyway, somebody says she's what? She's married and got a child? She married to a what? A Lily Lint Licker?
Gotcha, bitch.
She married to? She ain't married to no man. Oh, she was married. I don't mean nothing. She a Lily Lint Licker.
Gotcha, bitch.
She was married, and then she said, I'm going to go over here where it's safe. Hey,
gotcha, bitch.
One thing I'm going to tell you is, you know, I've been around a lot of Lily Lint Lickers. I coach college athletes for like 15 years. All right, so I know lesbians. I know them. Like, well, I wouldn't say intimately. I don't know them intimately, but they're a very confused bunch. All right, that's why I always say there's not really a lesbian. They're just bisexual. All right, now people can disagree with that, but most lesbians I know are bisexual. Like they dated men and now they date women. Now they might not cross back over to men. Some lesbians do. Some lesbians in one of the relationships will deal with men. So I call them really bisexuals. All right, if anything. So they've had experience with men and then they crossed over. Maybe it was very early in their life, or maybe they cross over intermittently sometimes, but I just call them bisexuals. So what'll happen is people will think that she all the way gay. All right. But they didn't start off like that. Right. That's normally not how it starts off. It is very rare, although there are that some, but most of the time, especially if they're experimenting, they might have got married, had a kid, and then they'll run over there and be a little liquor. Now, what'll happen is they'll take on the whole identity of someone that has been like that their whole life. And then they'll go through a traumatic experience with the man, get a divorce, and they'll go over to the woman and they'll be like, I'm safe over here. And I'm like, no, you ain't. Trust me, listen, there's nobody that gets in more domestic violence or divorces than bisexual lesbian women. They get in more physical confrontations, brutal. We talking about scratch and claw, knives, stabbings, one woman punching the daylights out of the other one, high rates of divorce, sexless marriages, sexless relationships, cheating, infidelity, wife swapping. Them two women together is deadly. That is the worst combo you can come up with. Like the best combo is man, dominant man, submissive woman. That's the best combo. Then you get into man on man, pause. And then the worst ones are masculine women, submissive man, then two women. Them the worst two combos you can come up with. Yep, they be biting each other and biting flesh off their cheek, all kind of shit. Doing deadly shit, trying to poison them, setting up booby traps. This is the most toxic relationships you could ever see. Two women together. Then the next toxic is a masculine woman and a submissive man. Shittiest relationships you could ever get into. All right. Then the next one other than that is two dudes, and I don't want nothing to do with that shit.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
But the other one, the only one is literally masculine man, submissive woman. That's almost the safest bet. Well, you could have partners too, but that's a whole fairy shit too, right there. Partners where they're both equal, where people that believe they're both equal, to absolutely atrocious behavior because the man becomes the sub. All right, shout out to the Princella there. All right, we have this woman out here, more regret. We're going to talk about this regret in the main event, but didn't I tell you? Take a look at this. It's a very short video. I'll read it. POV. My house payment just went up another $300, and I don't even want it anymore. Oh, no. Oh, man. I told you this was going to happen, and you guys doubted me. Remember when they said single women own more homes than single men? And they were like, aha, you men aren't doing anything. We're making more money. We're starting businesses. We're buying real estate. Remember when I told you that? And I said, just wait. This is going to be the biggest housing bubble and market to crash in the history of time. It's going to be bigger than 2008. Because I'm guaranteeing you, I've done mortgages. I've sold homes. I've sold cars. Women make terrible purchase decisions. They buy on emotion and impulsive behavior. They very rarely do the background information. And then one thing changes, and now... Now I don't want it no more. All right. I don't, ma'am, you signed a mortgage contract and, well, I want to sell it. Ma'am, this is not a seller's market right now. Nobody wants to buy a house at this particular interest rate. So you're stuck with it. Oh, by the way, you're stuck with it because it's a mortgage. It's a death contract. You're stuck with it till you're probably going to die. Well, I'll sell it at a short sale. All right. Well, then that means you're going to owe the mortgage company $100,000. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Why did nobody tell us this? Why did nobody tell us not to take a 5-year adjustable rate mortgage? I told you not to take an adjustable rate mortgage right now. I thought you were crazy to take an ARM right now. I was like, nobody should be doing adjustable rate mortgages now unless you're trying to flip. But it's going to be tough to flip because not many people are buying. Why are we doing ARMs right now? And now all of a sudden she got an adjustable rate mortgage and I didn't know, the mortgage person didn't tell me. Okay.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yep, that PMI kicking her ass, that mortgage insurance kicking her ass. She getting her ass kicked. Homeowners insurance kicking that ass. All right, and so this is why when I told you they were touting this idea that women are out just racing past men. I don't know why the media does this because it gives men, weak men can't see through it. strong men can see through it and realize this is going to be a mistake. And I actually proved this when they said women are now out earning men. That was January 2020. In 3 months, it literally collapsed. All right, because then it became what? Non-essential workers versus essential workers. Stay at home, kids aren't going to school. So those same women that had just started out earning men, it ended up flying in their face 2 months later with COVID. Then those same women were like, it sucks to be us because we got to take care of my elder parents and I got to take care of my kids because the elder parents are stuck at home because they're scared of the flying doomer remover, of the boomer doomer remover, and the kids can't go to school. So now those women stuck at home as a non-essential worker. And I called it. I call it again. The housing market is going to collapse, and it's going to be under these particular purchases right here. These women are going to get consumed. This is going to be worse than the student loan debt crisis. It's going to be worse than the student loan debt. Just give it time. In 7 years, I'm going to say, I told you. All right. I told you about the dude. I was one of the first persons to tell you about the student loan debt bubble. All right. I was giving you the data and the statistics in 2018. Y'all didn't want to hear me. I was like, dude, this is going to be terrible. And here we are. Speaking of overweight women here, apparently the Alabama State University Honeybees had a football game here. I guess they're at a football game. I didn't know anything about the Honeybees, but they don't look more like honeybees. They definitely look like diabetes. All right, so let's go ahead and take you to the video right here. Alabama State, check in. I don't know. Is this a drill team or is this like the fat version of the skinny dancing dolls at Grambling? I mean, take a look at this, gentlemen.
Oh, the humanity.
Like, oh, I did. So this is the fat version of the dancing dolls. All right. So you did see them pan over. So there is there at the black colleges, a part of the band is going to be these girls that are very sleek and feminine, a lot of hair. Look at that, man. I'll tell you.
Oh, the humanity.
All right, here we go. All right, they should have called them the diabetes, not the honeybeesies. All right, so the honeybees. All right, so there's you see this right here. So the dancing dolls are these girls. All right, and I call them dancing dolls because that's what they call them at Grambling or at Southern University. Shout out to Southern and Baton Rouge and Grambling. So the dancing dolls are these girls. They're probably, ski as AKAs or something like that. Skinny, hair weave and shit like that. Well, they get front and center, but I'm pretty sure what happened was, all right, I'm pretty sure what happened was the overweight women were like, this ain't fair. We want our own version of women. We want our own group, right? That's typically what happens here. And so the overweight students, and this woman likes to look like an old ass student. She looks old as hell. Like, come on, bruh. The overweight students said we want a group that represents real women, and they call these women real women. These are the real women. These are fake women over here. This is the discrimination against what they would call fit women. Fit women get discriminated because they are not examples of real women. So the real women are gonna have a group called the honeybees. All right, so here they go right there. Here they come down the stairs. All right, and I would love to see them walking up the stairs. All right, walking up the stairs would be quite the feat, but they are in rhythm and they definitely are in step. So I'll give them that. But yeah, this is wow, man. I'm gonna tell you, and this is why I date young women. I mean, because once they get older, man, this is what you're looking at, and I can't do it. All right, but, you low self-esteem ninjas is out here starving real quick. Oh, wrong sound effect.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Yes, sir, brother.
Them some chunky women, man. And they paying attention to them steps. One twisted ankle, and it's a wrap. I mean, they roll an ankle, that woman won't be walking for months and years, and the whole line will get taken out for sure. All right, but yeah, this is not a good this is not a good representation of what you call y'all people. All right, y'all people are sick. All right, this is definitely a sickness. And I'm pretty sure they can be usable. People will fornicate with these women. I'm going to tell you, man. And dudes will say, I prefer a woman like that. I can tell you, you got $3 in your bank account if you prefer a woman like that. There ain't no way you got money in your bank account. All right, just to let you know, I'm just telling you. Because if you had money in your bank account, I guarantee you, you would not be banging that. I mean, you'd only bang it literally for fun. Like, that would be the last person in your rotation come through. That's a natural fact. If you had more than $10,000, $15,000 in your bank account, I guarantee you, you wouldn't bang on that. That would not be your preference. You know why? I'll break it down to you. I'll break it down to you because the better you get economically, you start moving around different people. You are not moving around people that feast on women like this. You're going to bring that woman to your neighborhood and embarrass yourself. 100%. Yeah, it'll be for a laugh. It'll be like, come through easy. As soon as you bust a nut, you're like, you got to go, baby. All right, it'll be like you might like Fat Tail or something like that, you know? But you wouldn't bring her to a nice neighborhood as you moving up. And here's the last part. She wouldn't even fit in your car, ninja. You know, when you start driving better cars, the seats get small and they get low to the ground. Ninja to blow their ACL out trying to get out of my Porsche. And let me tell you, man, them seats are tight. It's a tight cabin. European cars have tight cabins. You ever try to get into a Ferrari? I'm small, and getting in and out of these cars are difficult. I'm all cramped up in this motherfucker. You get into a Corvette, it's not a European car, but you get into a Corvette, it's tight. You get into a Ferrari, it's tight. You get into a Porsche, tight. Lambo, it's tight in there, all right? You get into the Bugatti, it's tight in there. That's why you only need slim women. You can't be running around here. All right, now you got to get out of the car. You'll blow a knee out getting up out of that car. All right, so that's why you need a Ling. You change up real quick when you start moving a different way. You're going to need a big-ass Coupe de Ville to pull these women around in. Yep, you get into an Audi, tight. Yep, even Mustangs. It's tight in there, bro. You be like, oh, shit. You got to drive your car like this. Yep, you're going to need the big-ass SUV, the Escalade, all right, to get in there. So that's why you start going for more fit women because they can't fit in that month. So, all right, anyway, it said you need a bus. All right, so anyway, that's why I always say you're going to change up as soon as you get some money. You're going to switch up. And then you live in a nice neighborhood. All the neighbors are somewhat fit and not really obese. There's an obese neighbor here and there. All right, you move into a nice luxury apartment complex. Last thing you need to do is go down to the swimming pool with this woman walking down the stage. All right, you got a pool party and this is who you pull up with. They're going to be like, man, bro, this Melrose Place. You live in a nice neighborhood. You done spent $750,000 to $4 million on your house, and this who you pulling up to your house to come in? Man, coach, I'm still pulling these bitches. I got a girl coming through today. I guarantee you, your neighbor's going to look out the window and be like, this ninja ain't learned nothing. The neighbor's outside playing pickleball, and you pull up with this. I guarantee you, soon as you get some, this is for broke men. Soon as you get some money, because you ain't pulling up to the pickleball court with this. You got to socialize in your neighborhood. You got to show face in your neighborhood. You got to see your neighbors in the morning. Neighbors be up 5:30 in the morning walking a dog. All right? You're going to try to sneak this out your house. When I tell you money and self-esteem go hand in hand with the type of women you deal with, it is the truth. It's not that she's not sexy. It's not that she's ugly per se. Is that when your self-esteem is low and you expect low and you aim low and hit, this the shit that you try to do. It's just telling me something about you. You have low self-esteem or you just broke-minded. It's the truth. I told you I would prove it. It's the truth. Now, if we can just admit that, then we can move forward. Okay, good. Thank you very much. Third world country activities here. Apparently something went down and I don't know. This could be the Virgin origin story part 2. But apparently there's 2 young girls pregnant here. And apparently this woman is saying the guy sucking his thumb knocked up both of these young girls. Oh, it gets worse. Apparently they're related, possibly. We need a translator. Let's see what's going on here. Name this country. These are the countries y'all ninjas going to try to meet traditional women. And I told you these women be getting busy at 13, but you didn't believe me.
Mire, se pusieron a jugar al papá y a la mamá, mire, y se les hizo realidad, mire. Ahí hay un bebé y hay otro bebé. Y ese muchacho está como oído de la mente y él no sabe ni qué es lo que hace. Imagínense, a veces se cambia de nombre y de todo. Ese muchacho no...
¿Y la gente de acá dice que ustedes viven solos?
Sí. Acá no tenemos apoyo de nadie.
¿Nadie nos apoya?
Nadie. Pero es que, por ejemplo, mire, ese embarazo ustedes se lo habían podido evitar porque es culpa de ustedes. El muchacho, ustedes son más conscientes que él. Yo creo que al parecer fueron ustedes las que se aprovecharon de ese muchacho.
I don't know what she's saying.
Porque mire, él no se lo saca de la boca en todo el momento que...
All right, so something's going on here. It's simply Central America. Y'all need to be getting on the plane. And after these women, they traditional, coach. All right, well, what was they doing at 13? Look at this shit. And look who knocked her up. It's Colombia. Is it Colombia? Anybody know? Anybody know? Bruh, look at the nigga that knocked him up. Look at him. He's sucking his thumb. I've been trying to tell y'all, bruh. I mean, this is a sad situation. Yeah, she's blaming the girls. All right, man, I don't know. She's blaming the girls. Anybody can give us a translation. They say that he is not in his right mental mindset. You know why? Because whoever had him was probably related. Whoever had him is probably related. This ninja dumb as hell. So they are blaming the girls because they say he dumb. All right, but you ain't dumb enough to have no sex. All right, that's... And apparently they're saying that they're related. All right, so if somebody can see hermana and hermanos, I heard that word come up here in the video here.
Yo creo que es que ellas fueron las
Sí.
Que
y se aprovecharon de la...
Oh, damn, they blaming the girl. All right, victim blaming here. They're blaming the girl. All right, she did it first. The other one looked more pregnant.
Cuando empezamos a decir vamos a jugar a mamá y al papá. No, se ríen como si esto estuviera bien.
Se aprovecharon de la inocencia.
Usted mi hermanita, vamos a jugar con mi hermanito y yo por
They said that nobody takes care of them. Okay, their frontal lobes have certainly not developed, but the brother, apparently these are brother and sister. I believe so. I'm not sure.
Vieron a jugar al papá y a la mamá y mire cómo quedaron. Ya. 3 hermanos en un trío amoroso.
There it is right there. I heard there was 3 brothers and sisters. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Hermanos. Mire.
All right, look at this. Oh my goodness. Look at this shit right here. All right. She says they think it's funny and they're laughing about it. It's like it's not serious. Okay. All right, there we go right there, y'all. I mean, I'm looking at the belly button. People think this is fake, but if you know, some women's belly button does protrude when they're pregnant. And guys, women can get pregnant at this age. I mean, I don't know if people realize this. Most of the young women in America today are not getting pregnant because, number one, they're on birth control. That doesn't mean they're not having sex. They're on birth control, number one. And number two, early termination of pregnancy. All right. Women in this age group are the leaders in early termination of pregnancy. So this is why today we see teenage pregnancy declining. Birth control. It doesn't mean women are having like sex and men at this age. Okay, young men, young boys and girls, I will say. They're having it. It's just that young women are on birth control, and then they have access to early termination of pregnancy. All right, but yeah, dude, young girls, I'll say young girls can be pregnant at this age easily. All right, easily. But looking at this belly looks like a pregnant belly. The second, this one does for sure. All right, with that protruding belly button. The first one right here definitely has a protruding belly button down there as well. You can't fake that. You would just put a ball in there and it would just look perfectly round. All right, but that's a pregnant belly. All right, but yeah, in some of these Central American countries and shit like that, 10, 11, 12. Yep. As long as there's an onset of a cycle, all right, you can get them pregnant. They pregnant for sure. All right, 12. I know somebody in my family that had a baby at 12. So that's definitely can happen, especially when you have a cycle. When the young woman, the young girl has a cycle, that's pregnancy time. All right, we just don't have that here in America anymore. Unless you live in poverty or poor areas or areas that have been abandoned, you will see things like this. When I was a teenager, I lived back in a Midwestern city for a year. I went back and lived with my dad for a year. I remember there were girls walking around, 12, 13, 14, 15, that were pregnant. That was a common sight to see. In fact, Tupac had a song called Brenda's Got a Baby. Today, we don't see it as much because teenage pregnancy is down. But when I lived in New Mexico, for 3 years. Teenage pregnancy was relatively high in New Mexico. It was not uncommon to see a 15-year-old girl pregnant. 15. All right. And they even had a school, the neighborhood high school that was in my city, had a daycare next door to the high school. And that was not for the teachers. It was for the students because teenage pregnancy in this area was high. All right. And it was not a high economical area. I was coaching at a university there. All right, but today we see less and less and less of this because it's not because they're having less sex. It's because they're on birth control and have access to Planned Parenthood. That is the only reason we don't see shit like this very common. And young women have options of career and education and stuff like that. So if they are somewhat middle class, lower middle class, and upper middle class, you're not going to see this. You're going to see this in some poorer economic areas. All right, but you don't see it very much. They hide it very well. He said, that's the image I have of New Mexico. Yeah, New Mexico's teenage pregnancy is very high. Man, isn't that crazy? All right, and especially if they're related. Oh, that kid going to be super dumb because he looks like he's an offspring of someone who was related. Or he already dumb. He already ain't there already. But they somehow found a way to. Yikes. All right, that's Straggle and Sniggle Theater.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
All right, man. I handled a tough subject. Apparently, he's mentally challenged. He looks like it. He's sucking his thumb. All right, but they were Never mind. I won't say it. That would have been inappropriate. Somebody said he's still peeing in a bed and he making babies. J Flo says the wife texted me that she effed up her wheel on her new Tesla. That's what I call it. She said she might not be able to drive home. I said just use the spare. Ha ha, joke is on her. Teslas don't come with spares. Now I have to go rescue her. Gentlemen, do not get married. Oh, my goodness. All right, dude, you minding your own business. Husbands wake up, today's going to be a good day. Then your wife does something and you're like, oh, Jesus. Help. Here I come to save the day. All right, let me tell you something. In these situations here, you guys don't know, a lot of foreign cars, expensive cars, do not come with spare tires. I remember I told a lot of people that, and people are surprised. But I want you to think about it. Where would a spare tire be on a European car? Where would a spare tire be? On a small vehicle, low to the ground, that can go in a V8 engine. Boom, where would a spare tire be? So anyway, I told somebody that. I was like, yeah, Porsches don't have spare tires. And it was like, what? I was like, it doesn't have spare tires. You get a blowout, you going on a motherfucking flatbed truck. And I blew out 2 tires coming from a San Diego junior college trip. All right, I went down there and saw my nice little, well, I can't say what age she is because you guys think I'm lying. All right, and I was coming back, boom, 2 tires. Yeah, you got run flats, but I had a blowout. There was no run flat. I was right on the rim. Had to pull over, wait for the flatbed. Yeah. All right, but yeah, you got run flat tires. If you get a puncture, you'll be able to get home. You'll get an alert. But I had my alert. It was going, and then it was -5, -10, -15, -20, -30 in about 2 seconds. I was like, well. So shout out to the people there that have foreign cars. Yeah, just one of the bad parts about it is they don't have spare tires. All right, so anyway. He says you got run flat. Get a flat on the BMW. They got to come get you. You better have AAA because you need a flatbed. Tell them you need a flatbed too. All right, and sometimes your car does not go on the flatbed. All right. You talk about issues. All right, sometimes if your car's too low profile and the flat tire, it won't go on the flatbed. All right, so I almost had that problem. My tow truck dude was like, oh, that might not even get on the flatbed. I was like, what we gonna do? It's getting dark outside. The fuck, man? And I was like 2 exits away from home. I was almost home coming from San Diego. I was pissed. All right, I was pissed. I was like, damn, I was almost to the crib. All right, driving an hour away. Yeah, it's bad out there. So be careful when you get these cars. Teslas also, if the battery runs out, they can't get you on the tow truck. It just depends. Not always the case. They have a hard time getting Teslas on flatbeds because if it's a battery issue, they can't get the car into neutral. So it's still a problem. All right. Still an issue, man. And then guess what? I had to go get new tires. How much do you think the new tires cost? 2 blowout. Well, 1 blew out and the other one was flat. So I needed to get 2 tires on my car. How much do you think the 2 tires cost? Y'all just don't want to know. All right, you don't want to know, man. I was like, fuck. I definitely paid almost $3K. All right, because when you think about it, it was like, it was a front tire and the back tire. The back tire's low profile. It's wider than the front tire. So it was a front tire and a back tire. So one's more expensive. I mean, they're both going to be $800. One going to be $650. The other's going to be $850. And then you got installation and shit. So it's going to be $2,500. Definitely $2K. $2,500. All right, just to get them 2. So you got to get it to the place, drop it off. They got to put the tire on. You got to take an Uber back home or wait half the day. It's going to be $2,500. Okay. Yeah, man, driving expensive cars are not for the weak. Remember, we always tell you, as I'm telling you lessons, I always say things to teach, not to brag. The best thing about sports cars and these cars that you dream about, the easiest entry level is the purchase. But where you can't keep up is the maintenance. Right? The maintenance is going to be way more expensive than the purchase. If you can afford the car, you need to be able to afford 5 of these cars, because getting one, barely being able to afford the payment, the car, the tire, the oil change, everything's way expensive. The insurance, one of these things manufacturing the engine and replace it. You're not going to Pep Boys. You're going to the dealership. It's expensive as fuck. The maintenance is expensive. So the air conditioning go out in one of these things, the air compressor, you talk about thousands of dollars in repair. Thousands of dollars. And if you lease the car or rent it, not rent it, and you, what would they call it? Finance the car, and you got to get full coverage insurance, which you're going to need anyway. The full coverage insurance on this vehicle is out of control. Quick story if you want. My son needed to be added to one of the cars that he drives. But all of the cars were on the insurance policy. Because I was adding him to the insurance policy, that insurance policy, the quote they gave me, because he's under 18, he's a new driver, the quote they gave me was so outrageous. I was like, what? I was like, oh, hell no. And I was like, and they were like, the reason it's that high is because all of your cars are on the same insurance policy. I was like, nah, fuck that. Take that truck off. It's separate policy. Right? So I had to get a separate policy for the truck. And then the G-Wagon and the Porsche has its own policy, and then my BMW has its own policy. All right, and my motorcycles. So I have separate insurance policies, right? So then I put my son on the truck insurance policy, and it was pennies on the dollar. But because the Porsche was on the same policy as the truck, they were assuming, oh, well, they're assuming he's gonna drive all those cars. I was like, he only driving a truck. All right, so he can't drive the other cars. All right, so because it almost tripled to put him on the policy of the Porsche and the G-Wagon. So I had to get separate insurance policy to have him drive the truck. All right, so anyway, shit is wild as hell. All right, man, don't think people got money when you get money or you get access to money and they start buying this shit that it's just easy street. As they say, more money, more problems. Rich nigga problems, right? It's what it is, man. Dude, life gets complicated. It don't get easier. That's why you don't see rich people they always looking wild and bewildered if you see that they're rich. All right, anyway. It gets tough. It gets tough, man. All right, so anyway. Shout out to Jay Flo with his wife crashing up the Tesla. Dom says, sup, coach, wanted to say thank you for your immense knowledge and wisdom that you have shared with me over the last 3 years. I'm 37 years old, a black man that just moved to Marina Del Rey 3 months ago. I'm in the medical device sales that make $175,000, and the JUCO is litty out here. Damn, I wish I was down in Marina Del Rey. The JUCO is litty. They got my types down there. All right, in all shapes and sizes. All right, Marina Del Rey is lit. Yes, indeed. And a lot of the things that I tell you, you will know that, and this is one of the reasons they don't want certain people to have access to knowledge and wealth and information. I want you to know this. Most of the things that I tell you, rich people have been known for a long time, and they never told you. Now, the thing is, I'm not rich, all right, but I'm well off. Here's the thing. I'm telling you shit from the inside, and you're getting on a free airways. I'm telling you stuff that they kept secret from you and let you fuck off your whole life trying to keep up with these people, right? And that's what people don't really appreciate. A lot of people appreciate you. I'm telling you stuff that are secrets, well kept, well guarded, that you weren't intended to know and be a part of the club. You weren't meant to be a part and partial of this information in the club. This is why we call it the blue chip mindset. This is why we charge for the money mindset. I'm telling you shit that you got to find out on your own or be a part of the club. Most people have tried to keep up with these Joneses only to realize they was playing a whole different game and you didn't know shit about it. You thought they own cars, they lease cars, but y'all running around saying people are losers for leasing and renting cars when the wealthy and the upper class and the elite, they lease their cars. They don't own all their vehicles. They lease certain vehicles, certain the Mommy Mobile and the Range Rover, and they lease the GMC Suburban, and they lease all them cars. They lease their Mercedes Benz, all leased. They turn them in, go get a new one every 2 years. All right, they don't own these cars outright. So then you guys think, oh, it's better to own, and if you don't own, you losing and you faking and frauding your life. The wealthy people don't own most of their cars. They got 3 cars, 4 cars. They own 2. The other ones are leased. Right? As soon as they have a problem, they take it to the dealership. They get the loaner car. They go back in there. Oh, this one's not good. We'll give you a new one, replace it. Every 2 or 3 years, they go get a new car in and out. All right, but a lot of guys think, oh, you got to own. You got to do that. Most wealthy people barely, nah. They don't do it like that. Right? Yep. They don't do it like that. Trust me. Because they ain't playing for all that wear and tear and riding cars down into the nub. They're not going to do that. They're not riding cars down to the nub. They're not riding it till the wheels fall off. They're not passing their old Cadillac to their kids. Right? Yep. Lease. Sometimes these wealthy people rent their houses. Oh, if you rent, you ain't doing it right. A lot of wealthy people rent their houses. All right. I found that shit out. I was flabbergasted. All right. But I worked in real estate. I was like, really? And they'll lease and rent a big ass mansion, $25,000 a month. I'm like, wow. Really? I thought they would buy it. And they're like, what's the point of buying some shit like this? Who gonna buy it when I sell it? Right? Who gonna buy this when I sell it? Only like 10 people can afford to buy that house at $15 million. All right, they're selling it to, look, Michael Jordan's house. Look, I'm giving y'all blue chips. Do you guys mind? I know you guys don't mind. Listen to this. Michael Jordan just sold his house. He had it on the market for like, what, 10 years. Nobody would buy that shit. Nobody will buy it because this is a custom home. Yeah, Elon Musk rents. A lot of people rent that are up in that level. You think they own? They're like, what's the point of owning shit? All right, it's easy to get in, get out. But Michael Jordan had his house on the market for 10 years. He could not sell it. The reason why, he had a lot of reasons. Because the house is custom, number one. It's fully customized. 12 years on the market. 12 years. See, this is what people don't realize. It took him 12 years to sell that house because there's not many people that are going to buy it. Number one, the market's bad. Number two, the location was atrocious. Number three, the house is completely customized. Number four, the house is not well built. All right, and typically when you start earning a lot of money and you do stuff like that, you build some shit that nobody's going to buy. Nobody going to buy that. All right, you got maybe one or two people that might be interested in buying it and maybe make it into a museum. All right, but not many people are going to plunk down cash to buy a custom home, right? To buy a house like that. And typically, wealthy people, that's what they do. They buy something like that and put marble floors everywhere. Then when they want to sell it, they can't sell it. They put gold and gold lame and marble floors and gold toilets. Then somebody go sell it, and then nobody wants to buy it. So a lot of people will rent those houses, and then a corporation will own that house. And they'll rent from it. Yeah. All right. But y'all don't want to know, man. Y'all don't want to know. Y'all want to know. And then you got, yeah. And by the way, then it becomes outdated because you customize it to the year that you bought it. And Michael Jordan bought his house in the 90s. When you look at it, it looks like a fucking Miami Vice castle in Illinois. Right? With the winding stairs and shit. And the windows that are kind of, it doesn't look modern. It looks like 1996. It's 2025. Nobody about to buy that shit. Like, nah, man, because I got to spend all that money and then buy it and do what? Tear it down and replace it and modernize it. Everything's circular. Today, everything's squared off and sharp. Back in the 90s and the 80s, everything was built circular. The windows curve like that. That's very 90s. It's pretty much junk. It's a scrape. What they call it's a tear down. You would buy it and tear it down. That's what basically you would do. So again, these are some of the things that you don't realize are happening. I'm telling you, by the way, I'm telling you stuff on the inside, from the inside. I'm giving you inside information, not no shit that I think or telling you what's going on. If the only thing you could do is make it a museum. All right. Like, wait for it. And then, in 20, 30 years when he's no longer with us, then you can make it a museum. All right, that's the only thing you could do with a house like that. All right, anyway. Right here you go, right here. He said that it had water damage. Yeah, I probably did because, well, nobody's living there. So if nobody's living there and checking on it every day and there's rain and snow accumulating on the roof, nobody's there living in it, probably some leak. And then kaboom. It's wreckable. All right, but I'm telling you stuff from the inside that is information that most people aren't exposed to or privy to. It's just to wake you guys up. Oh, man. Shout out to our brother here. Thank you for these chats. Is it Faisal? Says, I've been watching since 2018. There is no one like you on YouTube. You're informative and funny. Keep it up. Shout out to you, Faisal. We'll give you a co-sponsorship, too. Shout out to you, but this is the money mindset talk. Somebody said, get on the money mindset. This is the type of stuff we talk about in detail on the money mindset. I don't believe you can find most of it anywhere. All right. Now, you might be able to find some guy. And this isn't a scam. We're not going to tell you how to get rich and where you put your money. We tell you about mindset information. You got to get on the money mindset. All right, shout out to Faisal, watching me since 2018. Original Coach Game member. I think I pronounced your name right. Shout out to DG Seymour, says, Blessed CGA, my coworker got offered a promotion to move to Asia for $500K a year. That ninja had to say no because his wife doesn't want to move. Instead, he has to stay on the West Coast and make $250K a year. A lot of men get held back by marriages, free agent lifestyle for life. Shit. Man, I was in a similar situation. It wasn't that much money, but when I realized I kept having to ask my wife to make certain moves, I was like, this is handcuffed. So now, listen, I would have been like, I would have divorced her. All right, I'm like, no, fuck it. All right, there's no way. I'm going. You can stay here. And a lot of people do make that move. They'll stay here. They'll move separate from their spouse. Scope says, Coach, I've never wanted women to take a bad deal. He says, guys who want women to take a bad deal are similar to apex predators. He says, I'm down for a fair exchange, and a fair exchange is never a robbery. He says, what are your thoughts on cheap taco strategy? Well, if you're bragging that a woman is taking, knowing you make a lot of money and you're saying, my woman gets cheap tacos as a means to cheap her out, I don't understand that. Now, I took woman to expensive tacos. I mean, I don't get the whole, the woman doesn't get this and she don't deserve that. And if that's how you roll, that's how you roll. You're looking at women as subpar human beings and that they don't deserve nothing and their punani means nothing. And I don't get that idea. I don't get that mindset. Like you're going out of the way to give her nothing or less. And like, why are you with her then? Right? Why are you with her? Why would you hang out with a person like that? Now, that doesn't mean I'm going to go out of my way to give a person more. I'm just saying, why would I hang around constantly with a person with that mindset? I mean, something ought to be wrong with her, all right, just to be doing that. And what benefit is she have to you? What benefit does she have? Again, you're just taking the cheaper deal. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird to like kind of promote that. Like but there are some women out here that don't care about nice shit. Okay, that's fine. But if she likes cheap tacos, she likes cheap tacos. All right, that's what she likes. But I don't know, man. That's a weird thing to say that you're gonna do. I mean, it's weird. I don't know, man. That's all I can look at. I don't want to say it's weird. I can't say weird. It doesn't make sense. PI Double says, I like gold diggers, just not ones I can't afford. Facts. And most of the time says if a man says a woman is a gold digger, he literally is saying he can't afford her. That's the point. Okay, you can't afford it. Move on. What do you want her to do? Accept cheap tacos? Is that what you're saying? I mean, look, if I see gold diggers, I say, God, thank God that she revealed to me what she was doing. I mean, rejection from women is a godsend. When women reject us, when women say we can't afford them, that's a godsend. Look, I love when women look at me and be like, you can't afford me. Okay, I sure can't. And I ain't gonna try. So that's a blessing to us if that's how she comes at us. That's a blessing. But what we want is that woman to be cheaper so we can afford her. Because you're saying you're interested in her, but she's only interested in your money. So you want her, you just can't afford her. Hey, man, listen. She's out of your price range. Just move the fuck on. Do you go to stores and then look at the tag and go out screaming, this is a gold digging shop? I mean, do you do that? Do you go to luxury car dealerships and affluent neighborhoods and complain and kick and scream that they're charging too much for real estate? I mean, the woman is simply out of your price range. I look and say, well, at least I can enjoy looking at her. I won't be putting hands on hips to know right here. It's okay. Thank you. Thank you. But when I'm mad at her for being a gold digger, it's clearly you're saying you want her, but you don't know how to get her. It's okay. All right. That's our mindset. We're changing the mindset of men. All right. Let it go. Just enjoy the view. All right. Enjoy the view. Say, damn, one of these days I might. One of these days I could. Maybe one of these days I won't. But today, I ain't doing it. All right. Today, I ain't got the pockets for it. But rejection from women is a godsend. It's more of a godsend than you believe. Shout out to our brother David Anderson, says a drunk Michigan mom smothers her 5-year-old. If you guys can send me the link to that story, that would be great. I Need Money says, you ain't lying. Portia just got me for 4 tires, $7K for the service. 4 tires, $7K. Yeah, because you don't realize, people be like, how does the bill go up? When you're taking your car for service, the maintenance, the service fee is incredible for some of these services. It's not like taking a Toyota to Jiffy Lube. You take it to a dealership or a known place that sells European style tires, run flats, and then they're going to charge you $450 for the service. Tack on $450. Yeah, the service is, and you go to the dealership, the services could be $1,000 because it's the dealership. It's a bad deal, man. I'm going to tell you, it's not a bad deal. It's just something you better prepare for. You better have a money bag after, like, whatever you buy in terms of cars, you better have a bag of money for when that shit breaks down. Right? Because it's about to be, or it's going to be sitting in your garage gathering dust. It's a cold world, but maintenance is always cheaper than repair. But at the end of the day, if you can't afford it, maintenance is what's going to get you in everything in life. Everything in life is maintenance. Your relationship, maintenance. Maintenance is always cheaper than repair. Repair is always cheaper than replace. Okay, so you got a relationship and you want to, you know what? You want a gold digging girl, and a gold digging girl comes to you. I've had this. I had girls that were gold digger. They thought they sniffed something, or maybe they were like, well, I won't be going to my gold digging ways. Maybe I'll be a regular lady for once. And she let me get a chance. Guess what? I couldn't afford the maintenance. So while she said, well, maybe we won't charge him up front. Maybe I won't gold dig. Maybe I'll give him a chance. He seems like a nice guy. There's something I like about him. Guess what? When we start dating, start getting serious, I realized the maintenance of this bitch was way more expensive than I can afford. And it was way more expensive than the entry fee that I wish I would have paid up front. Because when she started talking about vacations and trips and lifestyle and talking about she goes to box suites and front row seats to the game, she never sits in the never sits in the loge and the 400 section. When she started talking about, hair, makeup, esthetician, vagina waxing, and facials. She started talking about children and the type of clothes she wanted them to wear. She started talking about private school. I was like, at that point, I realized the maintenance is, I was sweating bullets trying to figure out how can I afford all that. She started talking about private school because she grew up in private school. She was like, oh, my kids are going to Montessori, then private school. I was like, oh, shit. I'm telling y'all conversations. I was like, nah, this love is expensive. But this is a woman that literally was a gold digger. She just gave me the exception, right? And I was banging it for free until I realized the more I bang on this, the more it's going to cost me. Because she talking about private school for kids, multiple, Montessori. She not talking about private school in high school. She talking about private school pre-K to 12, right? Plus USC tuition in college. I started adding that shit up. Like $50, $11. $50, $11. I was like, I can't afford this woman. So let me go on and get me a fat woman. I went and got a fat woman the next time. Man, please. But she thought she was going to make a lot of money, so she was like, yeah. And last one, I Need Money says, I told them I gave it to CGA, all right? They needed a buzzer, all right? Yeah, you gave the money to CGA. Oh, you need me to send the money back so you can get your tires? $7K for sure. 100%. Hey, man, look, women ain't free out here, all right? Marriage is not free. And then when you start going up into better and better quality women and women that grew up in good neighborhoods and two-parent households, you're talking about a whole different game. It's levels to this shit. It's levels to this shit. All right, look, let's go into the next part of the show. I hope you guys are enjoying it. Let's see here. We got an update. We got Cold Approach Duke Dennis coming up. The legendary Duke Dennis, and talking about Cold Approach. But first, here's an update on a young woman that we featured yesterday. And apparently, the Desirable Truth did do a separate interview with that little snack over here at the University of South Kakalaki in Clemson. All right, so remember this snack that had the fridge blocking her? All right, so she had a conversation here. So let's see what he came up with the little snack.
I was your man. What would I have to pay for?
I guess like meals and stuff. I do like that if we're going out on dates and stuff. But like nails and stuff like that, I don't expect like my man to pay for. Things that like if I'm working and you know I can get it, I'll get it. But if we're going out on a date or stuff like that, I definitely expect the man to pay for that.
Let's say we move in together. Are we splitting the bills 50-50 down the middle, or do you expect me to foot the whole thing?
Oh my word, I don't know. I think I need to like get into my career a little bit before that, see how much I'm bringing in, see what we can split.
So how do you feel about...
I've got like $3 in my bank account right
now.
Yeah, Let you get it through your
Here
thick
it goes.
skull that I'm broke. Dead, flat, stony, broke. I've got $3.85 in my purse.
All right, so this woman doesn't have anything. All right, she has nothing. So right now she's telling you guys, oh, there's not a big barrier of entry. You don't have to pay for this and pay for that. Well, the question was if we moved in together, will we be splitting 50-50? You didn't hear this. You thought she said no. But she literally said, I have to figure it out because I'm broke.
Let you get it through your thick skull that I'm broke.
She don't got no money. So if you're dating her, you're paying. Period. Right? So you're like, well, I don't just, cheap tacos. Trust me, with that flat little tummy she got, you're paying, bro. She ain't got shit to her name. All right? And I tell you, these women out here, even when they're good looking or foldable, they are broke. Any woman under 30 is absolutely broke. Okay, so you're paying. All right. Or you're going to see, she's going to hope that you have an air mattress to chill on. You're paying. She ain't got no money. And it's not a surprise. She's a college student.
now. Not paying for no house.
There you go.
So how do you feel about this statement? My money is our money. Your money is yours.
To each their own.
So you'd spoil me too if I was your man.
Personally, like in relationships that I've had, I guess the man normally will pay for like meals, stuff like that, things to kind of make me a little happy, and I'll pay for him for things that like I know will make him happy. I'll go out of my way, get little gifts and stuff like that, because it makes me happy at the end of the day if I see that that makes him happy,
If I was
all right, little gifts, all right? She gonna get you little gifts. I had a lot of women buy me salt shakers and shit like this. I'd be like, oh, that's so sweet. All right, bless your heart. All right, definitely gave her way more. All right, but I do appreciate these little gifts. I'm like, you're thinking about me. I appreciate you. All right, I appreciate these little gifts, and it makes them feel good. It makes them feel, even if you're paying for the majority of shit, and they know that, they like to try to, they'll get you a game for PS5 and, right? Oh, thank you, sweetheart. Bless your heart. All right, here we go. Let me get that neck. All right, so, that was the opposite effect of what the other person was doing there. But if you read between the lines, that she not going to pay much for anything. She just doesn't have the money. Okay, she don't got the money. All right, anytime she would get her hand on the extra $50 and buy you a PS5 game, some socks, a tie, a sweater, some shit she found at the the Ralph Lauren Polo store outlet. You know, she was like, I'll get him a little something. All right, yeah. And you out there done paid way more. Trust me, a lot of guys, y'all can't afford that. All right, what do we got here? Duke Dennis. You guys don't know who Duke Dennis is. Let me give you an update of who Duke Dennis is. All right.
Hey, she just cussed you out, Jay. Hey, you gotta like the video, subscribe. We're finna hit 3 million likes. We're finna hit 3 million subscribers. With that being said, let's actually experience Germany how we supposed to. Hey, look, this right here is Gina. She finna be helping me around Germany, showing me what I need to be doing. And
all right, shout out to if you guys don't know, if you're under 25 years old, Duke Dennis is a legend in these YouTube streets. Number one, he's for a black guy, he's like who would he have been for us? Tupac, kind of, not meaning like all the women wanted him in the 2000s. It might have been Lil Wayne. I don't know. All the women want Duke Dennis. All right, so you know, he does have the Pookie look, but I think he's quite more intelligent than the Pookie, but he looks like a Pookie, if you will, ATL Pookie. He's got the locks or the dreads or the braids. He wears the dookie rag and hat cocked out. I'm going to tell you, man, the women love Duke. All right, pause. They love him. Any video you see, and any guy that is really in high school or college, they know Duke, right? Meaning that they know that women love him and they're quite jealous. Like when our years, Tupac was like that was that guy. Like women love Tupac, right? They were like, Tupac, that's my husband. You were like, what? And so then you wanted to be Tupac and shit, right? You trying to be Tupac, trying to get out here and get shot. So, but women love Tupac. Women loved, you know, like Future, Lil Wayne. They love these guys. And these were the women, no matter what race they were like, Tupac. You were like, oh, fuck. The guy with the thug life across his belly. It is what it is. All right, but Duke Dennis for YouTube is kind of like that, meaning that the women love him. When he's out, they throw themselves at them. Let me show you another video right here. I've showed several videos of this. Even older white women. There's a video of him talking, and older white women came over to talk to him. Well, we call them white. They came to talk to him, and the husbands was waiting off to the side, and the husbands had to come get the wives. Who remembers that video? The husbands had to come get the wives away from Duke Dennis because they was wanting to be all in the video, all on the record. All right, and so this is another example of him. He's out in public, and the girls, that's how they look. All right, they look at him, and then we're going to see what happened there. There's a young piece of calico, and obviously he's dealing with young women. Look, he like, come on, come on. She said, come on and get me. And so there he is over there. He said, yeah, because she was bad. Now, you're going to hear him say he doesn't cold approach. All right, so look at, there he is right there. Duke Dennis starving.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
Yes, sir. All right, Duke Dennis starving. And look at that nice piece of young calico. And there's a smile back, a head turn. Now, you're going to say this is a cold approach, contrary to what he said, but I want you to listen to what he says later. He says he does not use cold approach as a technique. Let's play the video. There's Duke Dennis right there. He explains why he doesn't get curved by many females. What you saw here is not a cold approach. I know you hear me say I don't use cold approach, but that is not a cold approach. That is not a cold approach. Okay, so let's go back. Let's hear what Duke Dennis has to say about his strategy in terms of not approaching women. And it's going to sound a lot like what I tell you about, but goof-ass player ninjas can't hear me.
Kai said that he haven't seen me get curved. Wanna know why? Because I go for girls who like me. That's just plain and simple. I'm not approaching girls, and I'm not, you know what I'm saying, shooting full court shots. And I'm not wasting my time either on girls who I know for a fact just don't like me or have no interest in me. If you don't have interest in me, then I'm just not even finna persuade somebody to give me the time.
Facts.
That's not what I do.
Facts.
Interest, on your end, interest on my end. Y'all know I told y'all this before. Mutual interest, and boom. Now we talking about something.
Yep.
I'm not approaching just anybody.
Facts. I've been trying to tell niggas. I've been trying to say this and explain it, and I explain it until the fucking cows come home. You guys hear me say, I don't like cold approach. I don't use it. You guys hear me say, oh, he's scared. He don't talk to women. I'm telling you, that's exactly what I'm saying that I would do if I was younger. And in today's world, I'm just way too old to be out here cold approaching a bitch. I mean, I got way too much status and too much to lose. I ain't be out here But when there's mutual interest, when there's a warm lead, when there's an interest, when there's a look back, a head turn, they approach you, that's completely different. That's not a cold approach. I call it a warm lead. And especially that was more of a hot referral. She waved him over there. That's a referral. Right? That's how you want business. That's directly like, I want you. Just do the rest. That was confirmation. That's not a cold approach. So when I say cold approach, that means this whole thing of walking up to women who have demonstrated no interest, and you're going to try to convince them and persuade them and got to go through this mouthpiece game. That is just worthless, waste of time shit. Mutual interest, good. And for him, he's going to get a lot more mutual interest than the rest of us because he's taller, he's a more attractive, right? And he has status and certainly money. Is going to be a whole different game. So he's going to have more shots at women that have mutual interest. Let's not put that on the back burner. All right, we have to understand that. But a guy that is also in abundance understands that cold approach is a weak strategy. Right? You are in abundance. Not only with women, he's in abundance in life, opportunities, options, where the woman is not the number one primary goal. The reason why he's outside is not for the women. And every time I explain this, I get someone say, well, you just ain't got the mouthpiece. You scared. It's not about that. You're doing way too much work with women that aren't even interested, and you can't even get the hint. And then you're just wasting time trying to figure out how to score in a game where you're severely disadvantaged. You're not going to learn how to talk to women by saying, hey, how you doing, ma'am? I just wanted to know. Oh, okay. Oh, you have a boyfriend? Oh, okay. Well, listen, how can I apply for a friendship? This is not how you talk to people. This is how you fucking frustrate yourself and piss off other people. Let me give you an example. And I'm just trying to explain this as much as I can. People still get it wrong. Coach, he don't want to talk to women. He's scared. Hey, everybody has anxiety talking to a stranger. That shouldn't be the case. But you're less anxious when it's a warm lead. Then the anxiety dissipates because it's like, all right, that person wants to at least talk. Then the anxiety goes away. But walking up to strange people and going, I'm going to talk to 300 women to get 2 or 3 is absolutely the worst plan you can do going forward, especially when you don't know anything about the woman. She has not invited you. Most of these women are married, boyfriend, fake boyfriend, STD. There's just so much that you're wasting your time for. This woman also is going to say it, although let's not shoot the messenger. Let's listen to the message. She's going to talk about cold approach as well.
Y'all boys get to crying and twerking in the comments so you can prove my point. If a woman appears unapproachable to you, that means she doesn't want to be approached by you.
Period.
About, well, I'm not psychic. How can I know that she's not interested unless I talk to her?
Right.
Like, bruh, if you've never had a woman interested in you, just say that.
Facts. If you can't read the room, just say that. If you're broke, just say that. If you never could determine if a woman's interested in you or not, just say that. I agree with her wholeheartedly. How am I supposed to know if she's interested? Nigga, because you never had girls interested in you, so you think the girl's like ignoring you for some reason. She don't want to talk to you, you crooked teeth, plaque-filled teeth ass ninja. She don't want to talk to you, ashy lip ninja. She don't want to talk to you, bird-chested ninja. She don't want to talk to you, you old whack hairstyle ass ninja. She don't want to talk to you. There's no secret. Some women you could tell are kind of interested in trying to position themselves. That's a different story. But when you're trying to say, well, I'm waiting for her to give her choosing signals, and you don't get one, she ain't interested. Move on. She's right. Although she ain't the right person to say this message, but she's right in this conversation I keep having with guys. Well, you don't know if she interested if you don't talk to her. Nah, bruh. You know well before that. She ain't interested. That's what Duke Dennis said. I'm only going for the people who interested. And if I'm only getting interest from women, listen, because I was going to say this. Look, if I'm only getting interest from women that I don't like, what should that tell me? Probably you're broke. Probably you look goofy. Probably you need to do some push-ups. You need to get in a better situation. You need to work on yourself. That's when I say, why don't you take yourself off the market, because the mouthpiece ain't going to help you. Nobody's recognizing you. Nobody's noticing you. Maybe get some money if you're short. Maybe move to an area where you're tall as a short man. There's a lot of things you can do other than bothering women and frustrated by women that are interested in you. Move to another city. Go for white women if you black. Go for fat white. There's a whole bunch of things you can do other than constantly bumping your head trying to figure out if women are interested. They're not interested. You're wasting your time and you're going to frustrate yourself over and over again trying to figure it out. They're just not interested in you. Time to level up. Time to boss up, nigga. All right.
Better boss up, nigga.
All right, time to boss up. Hey, figure it out. But what you can't do is constantly try to figure out and scream, kick, and cry as to why they're not interested. Go monk mode. Do some push-ups. Change your body. Maintain your beard. Grow a beard. If you can't grow a beard, figure it out. Work on your skin. Find a hobby. Go. That's why we have the free agent lifestyle. Anybody selling you to keep bumping your head against the wall for success with women only are leading you astray, because women are byproducts of success. They're not the target of success. Once you figure that out, you change your body, and all of a sudden the women are like, can I touch your arms? That's a warm lead. You just changed the game to your favor by getting better arms and shoulders. Because yes, women are going to be like, oh, wow, it's good to see you again. Just change the game. Oh, okay, I see you touching on a brother. Now you can work your mouthpiece. Right? Just change the game by doing push-ups. Now, are all women going to be like that? No. Again, so the women that are going to like that are going to be a certain type of woman, and then you're going to have to determine if that's what you like. Go who likes you. All right, but continuing to lose, and get worse women and aim low and hit, I don't think is a strategy. All right, Duke Dennis admits this, and you're going to like, well, because he's successful, rich, and tall. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. All right, even this woman's like, look, if you can't figure this simple thing out, you're going to continue to lose out here. She's saying, I'm not interested. Move along. I'm trying to be nice. Leave me alone. Oh, man, I got to get... I gotta get a better mouthpiece. Or that bitch don't like me. You lucky I'm talking to you. Then you get mad. There's levels. Alan Roger Curry talked about mode 3. Mode 1, mode 2, mode 3. One of the worst ones out there were the mode 3 guys. To where you approach, she rejects, and you cuss her out. That's weakness. And somebody said Duke was getting holes in the military before he was rich. I'm pretty sure. But you're only frustrating yourself, because then you want to talk negatively about the woman and how dare you reject me, and I was doing you a favor. Now you got to call her everything but the name of God. And I'm like, dude, that is not a good long-term strategy. You need to fix something about yourself. Take some time off. Yeah, a lot of ninjas can't dress right. Even JoJo said, change your costume, ninja. A lot of dudes are trying to be fake alpha, fake pookie, fake, fake gangster, fake thug. You guys realize women can see that. They choose the pookies. They know who the pookies are. They know who a fake ass pookie. So being pookified, like going full Duke Dennis, all right, ain't going to help you because that's his persona. That's him. He's really that. He's really this. The girls know it. And they will let Duke butter their tonsils. You ain't him. It's one of the reasons I never went full gangsterfied and tried to be full hood nigga. I went like suburban guy. All right, because, you know, when you're competing against other men, you got to realize that if you're competing for women, you're competing against other men. All right, ninjas will shoot you over a broad. Ninjas will shoot a broad over a rejection. Real pookies get it on. Real pookies can get it on and pop it at any point. Real pookies will snatch a collar. All right, so I knew that that wasn't my space. Because if you're competing for the baddest of the bad, and you're competing against rich ninjas and pookies and athletes and celebrities, and I'm gonna try to match their energy, I'm gonna be getting out here tested and collar snatch, and I'm gonna have to fight niggas off to get to the bad bitches. Right? I knew I couldn't do that, so I went for another lane, and I went straight-laced. I'm gonna be the straight-laced guy. But trying to gangsterify myself and get a tattoo on my neck just so I can get the bad and bougie bitches, well, I'm probably gonna get beat up or shot before that happens. Same thing as fake rich. All right, women can smell a fake rich ninja a mile away. So being fake rich, you'll get exposed. So you're competing against men with real money, and you come in trying to get fake money. Right? Yep. Now you got to squabble up. Now you got to go out there. She'd be like, oh, you got some money? Let's meet at Marina Del Rey. Let's go on vacation and stay at the Park Meridian. Stay at the Waldorf Astoria. Now you exposed. Now you exposed. You don't want to play that game. So where young men have to understand is when I say no cold approach, I'm speaking from where Duke Dennis is talking about, where he's saying, I only go where there's warm leads. All right. I don't be getting curved just for the point of trying to show and prove that I got the mouthpiece. Mouthpiece ninjas get curved 97% of the time, and they admit this.
Kai said that he haven't seen me get curved. Wanna know why? Because I go for girls who like me. That's just plain and simple. I'm not approaching girls, and I'm not, you know what I'm saying, shooting full court shots. And I'm not
shoot or shoot. Yeah, you open for a reason.
Not wasting my time either on girls who I know for a fact just don't like me. Or
I don't waste time on girls that don't like me. Same thing she was saying. I don't like you. Don't waste your time. How am I supposed to know? I don't like you. All right, you should know. I'm not even giving you this type of shit. I'm not even giving you this type of energy. I don't like you. Keep it moving. Listen, guys.
Have no interest in me. If you don't have interest in me, then I'm just not even I'm not finna persuade somebody to give me the time.
It's a waste of time. And you're going to come in subservient. Let me show and prove why you should like me. That's the opposite of what you should do. Women are not attracted by that. Women are not attracted by you trying to prove to them that you're somebody of worth, why she should fuck you, why she should go out with you. You think women like that? That they don't like that. What they will do is say, okay, if I let you talk long enough, there's something that I can use you for. Or I can manipulate you. I can dangle this carrot in front of you. I can get 3 good dates. Trust me, guys, man. I got this shit is all figured out. It's not rocket science.
That's not what I do. Interest on your end, interest on my end. Y'all know I told y'all this before. Mutual interest, and boom.
Boom. Simple. All right. He's using simple words. And by the way, ladies, if you wanted to know what's going on out here and you're wondering why men aren't approaching you and you think that ignore game is going to work and that coy, shy shit is going to work, all right, it ain't going to work in the long run. All right, you're going to be out here getting clear misses. So there's a lot of women thinking that if I play this coy, shy game and unattentive game, the guy's going to walk up to me and just say, hi, my dear, and work and work and work and work. Now, you're going to get more busters out here. You're going to get busters approaching you. You're not going to get men that you like approaching you. And then you're going to be talking like this woman. All right? We don't like you. Why these guys approach and these guys don't approach? Most guys that have abundance mindset in life, they're not just approaching random women that are playing coy and shy. All right? So y'all better speak up or do something. Drop a napkin or give me a come hither stare or something. Give me the finger. Give me the seductive finger. All right? You better do something. Open your damn mouth. Drop a napkin, bitch, on the table. Drop a pen, an ink pen. Drop your books on the floor. When you see me, you know, back in the day, they used to drop their books on the floor in high school. Walk to the locker and drop the books. All right, or fake bump into you. All right, bump into you and drop their books. Oh, I don't know what to do. Oh, I don't know what. Oh, I need help. Better do something. Bring me some food. Yep, play with your hair. Pop a bubble with your bubble gum. Something. But walking away and looking away and doing all this shit and wondering why guys ain't approaching you, just sitting at the bar swinging your leg, looking straight, all right? And you don't want to look at a nigga and be like, all right, you better do something. Give me some long eye contact, because a woman to do this, she'd be like, and that's her riz. That's her riz. She'd be like, I looked at him for like less than a second. And just sit and wait. Yep, drop your pencil off the floor, do something. Oh, I dropped my pencil again. Third time this week. I think you want me, baby. That's when you can riz. That's when you can mouthpiece. And again, that's when game comes in. Game is an understanding of how not to waste your time. You don't have game if you're wasting time. All right, game is to be able to jump in there and run some game on her after she drop her pencil for the third time. Okay, bitch, all right, you like me. Here, let me take this pencil. You obviously want my number, don't you? Ah, shut up, bitch. Here you go, call me. All right, see you later. All right. All right, here we go right here. But I just, now, dear. You know what I do? One thing that I do, because I normally date younger women, is I make them like a kid, all right? Now there, girl. Right, I'll pat them on the head. Right, I'll do shit like that. I'll squeeze their cheeks. Oh, young lady. Oh, dear. Oh, child. All right, anyway. All right, they like that. But that's why I can't do this to old broads. Old broads are a little bit different. All right, what are we doing here? I babyfy these women. Let me do the next one, and then how close are we in here to the main event? I'll do the next one, and then the super chats. It's an evil world we live in.
It's an evil world we live in.
All right, here we go right here. Body count comes up again. Can we get rid of that subject? No. Body count again, gentlemen. All right, what do we got here? This woman in this skit, they're going to reveal their body counts. Okay, here we go. This is kind of what's happening in the modern dating landscape. Let's play it.
Count of 3. We're going to say our body counts at the same time. For the first time. Okay. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 650.
Oh, humanity.
No.
You're joking.
Yours is not 4. Come on.
You're joking, right?
I mean, it's like 6 something, like 612, but I stopped counting. What?
You're fucking joking.
I stopped counting.
What are you talking about? 650 is crazy.
I'm not gonna be with anyone since we're together.
I'm like, dude, screw that. You've been with the whole freaking city, dude.
Dude, no, I haven't.
Dude,
why are you mad?
I don't know if I'm attracted to you at this current moment, nor will I be in the future.
Man.
Okay, well, you lied. That's rude. You told me it was 3, and I was your 4th.
On the count of 3.
Gotcha, bitch.
All right. Yeah. Look at his face right here. By the way, you guys know, man, data tells us that young women 30 and under have way higher body counts than men. This is the world we live in. I mean, the data tells us this. A third of these men are virgins. All right, it's not the same for women. It's somewhat close, but it's not the same. Then when you go to amount of sexual partners, women under 30 got way more than men under 30, way more. And sometimes it's ridiculously more. I don't know if it's true that she has 650, but she could easily get 650 if she wanted to. If she wanted to, she could easily do it. But typically women aren't that promiscuous. But some women are sexually, I know women have one thing we don't talk about is the pornography addiction of young women. We only attribute it to men, but you guys don't realize women are out here watching it too. And young women are out here watching it too. They're quite addicted to it. So while they might not be promiscuous with men, they do develop porn addictions, and then they do carry these type of sexual experiences out with the men that they choose. So they watch it on the video. People don't talk about this, but young women are developing heavy porn addictions. And so when they go out into the world, they want to mimic these scenes that they're watching. I mean, this is big. It's the thing we don't like to talk about because we always want to look and say it's the lonely incel, virgin, angry red pill guy that are the buyers of porn. But you got to think about this. Most of the OnlyFans accounts are women. You don't think these women are watching other women do things and then mimicking it for their so that they can sell subscriptions? They got to watch it in order to sell it, right? And they didn't just jump out there without any knowledge of how this works. So they got to watch it too. So they're watching porn and sexy images and what are other women approaching? They're watching women spreading their legs. They're watching it too in order for them to jump out there and do it. But people don't realize that. And they're also dealing with men trying to mimic what they're seeing in the videos. They're not getting romantic sex. I mean, how many of us in the last couple of years, let's say the last 5 to 10 years, have been in bedrooms with women and it was a porn scene? It wasn't like no romantic love, no missionary, no close rubbing, no ooh and ah. It was hair pulling and slapping, and she was jumping up on your shit like a pogo stick, like your shit was like the ninja in the movie. She was asking you to do choking, spanking, spitting down throats. It got nasty. Picking up, pinning against the wall. Like, it wasn't no romantic first time sex that she walked in, dropped trowel, and it was a whole scene. She got on her knees and it was slapping on the ass, spank me, daddy. All right. I want to be punished.
Get him, daddy.
Lights on, no candles, no romantic music. Fucking the future. You see what I'm saying? Like, that is because the women are watching that type of stuff. So when they go out with men, they're not doing no ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh, ah, doom. All right, it wasn't none of that shit. It was like on like Donkey Kong, like, oh, and she like, keep going, hurry, push it faster. You're like, so that's because, and then when they're with men, they carry this out. This is what we're noticing out here. All right, and guess what men their age are doing? Nothing, jerking off. All right, let's go to the next one. It's an evil world we live in. Steve Harvey up in here. Simp master Steve Harvey back at it again. Steve Harvey gives advice to men that want to stay married. Oh, no.
Oh, the humanity.
Steve Harvey, you're going to make the 12 Simps of Christmas. I didn't think you were going to make it, but you're on the list.
Keep your damn mouth shut.
There it is. There it is.
Just shut up.
That's right.
Don't say nothing. Right. It's best don't say nothing. There ain't no trying to fix. That way you ain't got to fix. What if you're right? What? What did he say? What did you say? What if you're right? What if you're right? What? Are you married? Yes, I am. You actually said that? What if you're right? Yes. When? Yes. I mean, sometimes. When? What?
love it.
Boy, your dumb ain't gonna make 15. I can tell you that right now.
And since Steve Harvey, you've been on the 12 Simps of Cheesemans list for about 2 or 3 years straight. You're up on the top of the list now. I mean, you moved up to the top of the list right here with less than 25 days, less than 20 days. You moved back to the top for no other reason than this. See, this is the type of information that men used to get, right? From these boomers, Bill Cosby and Steve Harvey and these comedians and these cuckified ass people. This is before Red Pill was popular. We didn't have any space like this. The majority of people that were talking like this were hidden from us. So when we learned about marriage and relationships, we learned from this shit. Yeah. And we learned, oh, okay, we're never right. We need to be quiet. And we wonder why there's weak-ass men out here getting divorced, grape the kingdom come, and there's sexist marriages, and Steve Harvey been married, divorced 3 times, and he's certainly getting ran like a ragged doll in his last marriage, his current marriage. You don't realize that this is the Matrix still. This is the blue pill world still. There's still men that believe this shit and that you go to work with. And they believe this right here. And we are the counter to that. Because in our experience, this just made us have a sexist marriage. This just led to a divorce. And he can't lie. He's been divorced 2 or 3 times. So he knows.
Keep your damn mouth shut.
And then the woman said, there it is.
Yeah.
And this is black men too. Black men, unfortunately, your condition is this Bama ass shit. This Bama big lip bullshit. Unfortunately, black men, y'all eat this up, hook, line, and sinker, especially these old fake-ass players. Keep your mouth shut. And so the women love this. Your black women love this shit. Yeah, there it is. These black mammies love this. Yep, be quiet.
There it is.
Just shut up.
That's right.
Yep, Greg Mathis is another one of these fake gangster, fake player, old school simps. Now, I don't use the word simps often, and I don't use it loosely. But this is simping. This is the shit we talk about right here. Now, this is unhealthy. This leads to men being abused. Because if it's the other way around, that's abuse. And I say it to women. The best way to keep your man is silence, you and the women don't like it. The women that like it, like it. The women that don't. The women that don't like it, they call me a misogynist. What is this? This is abuse.
Don't say nothing. It's best don't say nothing.
It's best don't say nothing.
There ain't no trying to fix. That way you ain't got to fix. What if you're right? What?
Yeah, see, look, imagine there's a national talk show where a woman went up there. I'm on a national talk show, and they invite CGA up there. And I say to this, the best way to keep your man, ladies, is to shut up. All right, imagine how that goes over. You see what I mean? But we could do this type of cuckadry, weak masculinity out here, and they'll call me toxic. We could do this on a national airwave, and he could sit up there with the full confidence and support of these women, all right, to be able to teach this lesson and destroy that man that he's giving advice. What are we right? Boy, you never right, boy. Just keep your mouth shut, is what he's saying.
What did he say? What did you say? What did you write? What? You right? What? Are you married? Yes, I am. You actually said that? What if you right? Yes. When? Yes. I mean, sometimes. When? What? Boy, your dumb ain't gonna make 15. I can tell you that right now.
Steve Harvey's a clown. This is a certified clown. Yup. D.L. Hughley, you on the list. D.L. Hughley, you too. All right, you a liberal clown. All right, trying to figure out why Trump won the election. All these guys are clowns, bro. Country pimping ass. Yuck. He trying to sit like a pimp. I don't know if you guys know. This is how pimps used to sit back in the 70s and 80s in Cleveland. Yuck. All right, so he trying to sit back cool like a player. All right, so he's not sitting like a gay dude. He's trying to sit like old pimps back in the day used to cross state. That's why I tell you, man, y'all following these pimps. A lot of these ninjas is gay cucks. All right, but that's neither here nor there. All right, sitting back. He probably got one long fingernail right here on this finger. All right, so he's trying to sit back cool and suave like a player. All right, but guess what? You a clown. Clown. Them big ass teeth in your mouth. Yeah. It's the evil world we live in.
It's an evil world we live in.
Quickly here. This is a woman that wants to know why men are not approaching right here. 23-year-old female here. None of my men in my age group are dating. What is happening? Oh, my goodness. I've noticed that a lot of people are trying to find out what's happening now. All right. They haven't heard that there's a space called the Red Pill, the Manosphere, MGTOW. I'm flabbergasted as why don't women listen to men? Right? We're literally telling you where our frustrations lie, what the situation is, why men are going their own way, why men are going passport, why men are grabbing their passports and leaving, why. And then they won't listen to it. Well, they're just gay and they can't get women their own age. They're pedophiles and medophiles. And that now she's wondering this in 2025. This is idiotic. She says, I've known these men since high school. None of them are misogynistic. And it says right here, and all of them are well-educated, most of them liberal, yet they just aren't dating. From when they were in high school to college and now trying to begin a career, I'm also sure if they had a chance of getting a girlfriend, they would do it, yet they don't. Men aren't approaching in that rapid number. Men aren't getting in relationships. Men are not forcing it. Men are cool by themselves, bro. And I know we're going to hear about the video game incels and shit like that and the prawn and the robots. It ain't that. It's that the juice ain't worth the squeeze. And they saw what she left out was she's known him since high school and college and working, but she left out the fact that they saw you hoeing for since 15. They saw you out here. They saw what you was doing, and you ain't that material. You running around here with a 650 body count, okay? You left that part out. You left the part about your reputation has been dragged in the mud. You didn't talk about that part either. They saw you on Instagram since 15 in your bikinis, then it went to your panties, and then it went to your sock. We seen it. Right here. Dudes ain't trying to be, young men are broke. They can't afford no girlfriend. So get into a relationship, they like, I can't pay for this shit. My personal theory, can't wait to hear that, is that they're scared of rejection. Of course. Again, this is showing you that they're not listening. Oh, they're scared of rejection, being called a creep, or maybe they just don't, they think that they don't think they're worth dating, when I think they are. I think this is a big problem in Gen Z. We don't know how to date. Wake up, man. Guys, there's many, many channels in this space that will tell you. There's hundreds of guys in this space. Better bachelors here. You got the whole Fresh and Fit squad. You got everybody over there on Taylor the Fiend. You got all the big time. You got plenty of channels that you can listen to where guys will simply explain why they pivoted. You got men like me talking about, oh, I'll just date younger women, sugar babies. All right, fuck it. Why deal with these old women that ain't got no goddamn sense when I can deal with a young woman that ain't got no sense? Okay, why? Why go in on a date and pay and give it a head pat? Oh, thank you. I'm just not interested like that, but thanks for the 3 dates. Ain't nobody doing that shit no more. The game been exposed. The game exposed. All the trickery and the worth there's no worth anymore. Done. All right. So you got everybody on Instagram. It's pretty fair and obvious why people are doing this. You got the Black Manosphere. You got the passport bros. There's a lot of men that literally done told you, no, thank you. No, thank you. We're good. And now they're like, well, maybe they're scared. Maybe don't think they're worth it. Most people realize the juice is not worth the squeeze. And to get into these relationships is just way too much. and they running around here with high-ass body counts. All right, speaking of, we got these two guys. We got liberal, what's this guy's name? Scott Galloway. Scott Galloway's going to find out, and I see the woke liberals are panicking, trying to figure out why men overwhelmingly voted for Donald Trump. Now, before the election, they were telling y'all just vote for Kamala, you hate women, and blah, blah, blah. Now they're scrambling and scraping for shit, trying to figure out why Kamala lost. Why these men didn't just go for the woke, liberal, progressive shit. So we got Tippy-Toe Scott Galloway. He's going to tell us why he wanted to vote for Kamala and why he believes men did not, especially white men and some small percentage of black men voted for Trump.
You're not interested in hearing about territorial sovereignty in Ukraine. You're not interested in talking about trans rights. Your kid isn't doing well.
NYU professor Scott Galloway. I think he's an old school liberal, voted the wrong way, but I'm willing to talk to people like that, of course. And here he is also doing a postmortem on what went wrong.
But I've been thinking a lot about this election, and I was vocal. I supported Harris. I was shocked she got beaten, and she got destroyed.
Anybody shocked Kamala lost? I'm flabbergasted as how you're shocked. I'm flabbergasted. He was like, of course he voted for Harris. And anybody that voted for Harris doesn't mean you're bad, but I'm surprised y'all surprised she got beat. All right. She was not even a legit contestant in my mind. She was illegitimate from the start. So how did you surprise she got beat? All right, but let's continue.
She just got beaten. She got destroyed. She lost 7 of the 7 swing states. As I looked at the data, I would describe this election as the testosterone election. And what do you have? You have men doing more poorly, men under the age of 30 doing more poorly than they have in a long time. And the election all zeroes down to one piece of data for me, are the results. For the first time in our nation's history, for the first time in 275 years, a man or woman at the age of 30 isn't doing as well as his or her parents were at 30. That's never happened before.
Okay, so let's say that. Can you say that again a little bit slower, Scott, just so we can really digest that a little bit? A man.
For the first time in our nation's history, a man or woman at 30 isn't doing as well as his or her parents were at 30.
Wow.
I was talking about that.
It's always been your kids are doing better than you on average.
Right.
And when that doesn't happen,
you start to feel like a failure as a child, especially in light to your parents, for sure.
Not only your self-esteem, but it creates rage and shame in the household. And who's doing really poorly under 30? Men. The average 70-year-old is 72% wealthier than they were 40 years ago. The average person under the age of 40 is 24% less wealthy. Wow. And 210 times a day, they get a notification on their phone reminding them that they're failing because it seems like everyone is at the Amen Hotel or flying in a Gulfstream.
Yeah.
But I'm not, everyone's telling me that the economy is good. I keep hearing about crypto going to $80,000, stock market hitting 71 highs in the last 12 months. All these things are true. But I'm living at home and I can't afford rent. But when you...
This is why these people are going to continue to lose. Although he is somewhat right about men. They're late to the party. I want anybody of these liberals, and I hope you're listening to I hope you're listening to me. Here's what I'm going to tell you. We've been on this since 2012. This space that you think just popped out of nowhere, and Kevin Samuels was the only one, and then Andrew Tate just stole Kevin Samuels' swag. That's what people think about this space. But this space was way more, it was rising, and the issues that men are dealing with now that you saw the testosterone election, this was 2012. That's how late they are to the game. And they really don't want to acknowledge. They want us all just go away. And then they want to try to figure it out on their own. Just listen to us. Men are frustrated with this bullshit. You guys ignored men and tried to prop up women way too long. And I've been saying this for years. I wrote a book on it. You guys, the future is female. You guys look at the girls. The girls behave better than the boys. The boys don't do as good as the girl. Girls do better in math. They're doing better in math. They buy more homes. They earn more money than men. Men are losers. They incels and virgins. They play video games. They losers. They buy porn. And then you try to use your own little data to try to figure it out instead of listening to them in. The last post that I showed you on Reddit is another example of that. Oh, what's wrong? Ninja, there's plenty of people that been telling you what's wrong, and you called us all toxically masculine, misogynist, and whatnot. Now, are you listening to the loud voices of the bitter, hurt men? Of course, we'll go with that. But we're giving you the info. Men are getting their passports saying, get the fuck out of here. Well, you just can't get women, and you must be gay, and you're trying to take advantage of those women. They don't want to listen until it hits them on the doorstep. Reality hits. Oh, fuck, Kamala didn't win? Why y'all didn't vote? They must hate black women. Okay, y'all gonna boil it down to those simple talking points. Scott Galloway, all of these people here, y'all not listening. And you know why it's too late? For all the church people that are listening to me, you know why it's too late? I'm gonna tell you why it's too late. This space has a grasp on men, and these men that are watching us for the last 10 years and 12 years, we already got them. We got them.
Gotcha, bitch.
We got them. They trust us. They believe us. They support us. It's too late for you tippy-toe liberal Kamala Harris voters to try to come in and figure it out and help the situation. It's too late. We got them. We've been here every day, faithfully. All of us as content creators, Fresh and Fit included, everybody. We already got the trust from the men group. Ain't none of that progressive reprogramming bullshit that you're going to come in here to try to do is going to help. Angry man already got him. It's too late. So y'all can't come in here to try to diagnose the shit and maybe what can we do to help? It's too late. Y'all need to unravel all the bullshit, which is not going to happen. These men have lost faith in the system. They've lost trust. They were ignored. They've been divorced, and you said, just pay your child support or go to jail. Men said, fuck it. It's too late. You know what else is too late? All the other early girls here, the promiscuous women, you can't turn back their fucking odometer on their body counts. So they're not future wife material. You also can't, you better get Gen Alpha ready, and they're already screwed. You better get the next generation ready because you're not just going to get these men to go with these whores. You ain't going to just fix it by saying, well, just find a good, honest woman. There are not that many out here statistically. It's a needle in a haystack. Can't just do that. Can't just be like, let's just fix it real quick. Okay, what do you need us to do? Maybe we'll pay more attention to you. Can't do it. It's too late. Men lost faith in the system. The only thing they had left, and they did it, was voted for Donald Trump. That was the only thing they had left. That was the only statement. And guess who else helped? White women. Even the white women knew. Not the liberal white women. The conservative white women, the somewhat conservative white women was like, oh, we better, this shit gone too far. So all of that pushing, men can be women too. All of that shit, men rejected it. The only thing, they don't trust the media. They trust the mad media. They don't trust the mass media. They don't trust newspaper, magazines. The men have lost faith in The View. They've lost faith in this downgrading of men. And now y'all try to figure it out now. It's too late.
New world.
You can literally stomp one of us out. It ain't gonna help. All right, because there's more of us coming. Pause. And there's more of us here than you thought. I remember people only thought Kevin Samuels was the only one saying this. Why? Because they shadow ban us. So nobody hears us. They shadow ban us. He was the only one that kind of fought through the system and got to the top. Now, when he fell off and died, guess what? They started to realize there was more of us. And then they were like, oh, there's more Kevin Samuels clones. Well, in actuality, Kevin Samuels came up with us, along with us. He just was the one that peaked. He peaked and crested. So he poked through the mainstream. And then when they found out, they were like, wait, there's more of them? Oh, they just copying him. And so they tried to dismiss us. Oh, they just trying to copy him and ride his coattails. When in reality, we all came up together. Some of us were way before him. Some of us came up with him. We didn't copy him and just carry the mantle. And so now they were just trying to play whack-a-mole, all right, on social media. But it was too late. They tried to discredit us by saying we're just trying to copy Kevin Samuels when they didn't want to give us the credit. Then they tried to play whack-a-mole on Instagram and YouTube, and it was too late. Okay? It's way too late. We've been doing this since 2012. The stars in this space have been stars with the men, and the men have trusted way before Scott Galloway is going to ever be able to solve this problem. Scott Galloway can't solve the problem. Kamala basically tried to run on ignoring men and going on women killing men's kids and tried to say, fuck the other guys until what? And you black men ain't voting like we want you to. That's why I say it's too late. The men know way too much. And your little liberal programming bullshit ain't gonna work. Remember Andrew Tate? Andrew Tate started getting in the ears and on the algorithm of 13-year-old boys. And then no boys started talking like Andrew Tate on the playground. And then they started looking at Andrew Tate stuff, the adults and the moms. And they started saying, oh, boy. And then they started to do what? The school started to do a reprogramming of the boys. It's too late. Kamala Harris was not the first shot at liberalism. It was the last shot. It was the death blow. It was the head part. It wasn't the first sign. It's the last sign that y'all fucked up and you went too far trying to promote the reading rainbow agenda above us and then just squash the men down. It was the last shot fired. It wasn't the first. So men like him and men like D.L. Hughley and The View try to figure out what happened. Oh, y'all done really fucked up. That's what happened. All right. Y'all done fucked up 10, 15 years ago. Oh, yeah, you did. Last one, and then we'll take a break, super chats, and then we'll do the main event. These guys, too. Teenage boys, where else are they going to go? Listen to this guy speak with Eric Weinstein.
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say that.
Let's see. And by the way, dating is dead. It's screwed.
Have you seen the data showing the movement of teenage boys politically to the right? Have you been looking at this?
Well, where else are they going to go?
It's a good question.
I mean, I had a teenage boy. I still have one, but he's 18 now. And I watched them be pushed farther and farther right by their schools. You suck. All of your instincts are bad.
Steve Harvey shit. You ain't never gonna be right. Shut up. Just shut up and listen.
These girls are amazing. Look at you. You're pathetic. Be less masculine.
Yep.
And more attractive.
Yeah.
You're just barking at them constantly.
Always.
They're not moving right. They're moving out of your stupid way.
I love that. Did you hear that? They aren't moving right. They're just moving out of the way. Going your own way. Passport bro. Free agent lifestyle. They're not moving right. They just saying we done with that leftist shit. We done to y'all just preaching and barking at us. Telling us we're toxic. See, these things aren't yesterday. These things have been going on for more than a decade. Almost 20 years. Mansplaining. Manspreading. It's been going on and on and on. You don't think that's going to have a reverberation on what happens in the dating marketplace, the marital marketplace? Body counts don't matter. Oh, you're wrong. These are all the things that men said, all right, fuck it, Trump. Right? It is. That's the only thing we got left.
Look at my African-American over here. Look at him.
Facts.
Are you the greatest? You know what I'm talking about?
You've given them what? Nothing. Nothing. One of my son's friends died recently by his own hand.
It's fucking music. I'm done with this music. All right, shout out to Eric Weinstein.
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say that.
Divorce culture. He's abusive. The whole thing where the women are like, well, I broke up with my husband. He was abusive. That whole thing, men said, fuck it. If y'all just gonna call every man abusive and narcissistic, he was abusive and narcissistic. He bumped me on my head. I hurt my finger. If we was just gonna keep doing that over and over again and let him run out of the court with money and saying, I'm not happy. Men just said, forget it. And so they trying to figure it out now. To the people that are listening to me in the New World Order right now. New World Order. Let me tell you something. It's too late. It's too late. You're not going to fix it tomorrow. You're not going to ask men, well, what do we need to do now? What remember this? What do you bring to the table? I am the table. Remember all that? All right, keep believing that. What dudes are figure out is they not going to argue. They just going to take their wallet and vote with their feet, do a 180 degrees and step the fuck off. Right? That's all they're going to do. And they proved it with no explanation. Ain't no more shaming. Ain't no more, yo mama black. Remember all these things? Yo mama black. You must be gay. Done. It's too late. You fucked up. You screwed the pooch. So if you thought Kamala was going to get in there and you now realize she didn't and you need an explanation, my explanation is it's too late. You screwed the pooch a long time ago. Don't think you're going to get answers tomorrow because men are very comfortable living the lives they're living now. And don't let the fucking robots come out. And I watched that movie with Megan Fox. All right, and Ninja. All right. Don't let that shit happen. It's going to be a fucking fuck fest. You also got sugar babies out here, women selling pussy on the internet. And y'all just let it fly, thinking that men wasn't going to figure it out. Oh, they selling it? Okay, well, you a celibate, I'll buy a bit. Men have figured that out. Why get married to a 40, 50, 60-year-old woman when I could go put hands on hips on a 22-year-old woman? Why? Oh, you guys are just nasty. You guys are just tricks. What men have figured out is the words don't matter no more. Even Kevin Samuels, what'd he say? Shame, insult, guilt, and need to be right. Men just said, well, I'll just take my shit and do what I want because you guys are providing it. The words, the shaming, none of that. Liberal media, women, anybody that wants to know, you're trying to figure it out. The words don't matter no more. Nobody cares about getting called something. You just out here tricking. Nobody cares. The tricks are going to trick. All right? Don't think that they're going to stop tricking because you don't like it. Right here. And nobody's going to feel shame. He's going to be getting his meat fixed by a young girl that you said she was empowered to do so. So when she was doing it, you was okay. But now when I was getting it, it's not okay no more. So nobody cares. And that's where you have a problem. You're going to have to sit down at the table and figure out how to get the program back, or you can keep pushing the 1% of transgenders that want to piss in a man's bathroom or a woman's bathroom. You can try to figure that out if you want. All right. It ain't a big deal to me. They can piss wherever they want to piss. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to do me. Super chats. Thank you for being patient, the people that have contributed. I know I'm way far behind. You men don't understand. There's some women out here trying to convince men to date with biological men that are now dressing as women. Yeah, y'all went too far. All right, Dotto says, Cook, you the GOAT, CGA. Shout out to you. Shout out to the Empire Podcast. Thank you, Coach, for everything. The blue chips are beautiful. Shout out to y'all, and y'all can learn a lot. Yeah, man. Shout out to you. Thank you, man. Yep, it's giving broke energy. All that stuff that they came up with, dude, we could write a book on all the goofy shit that they tried to get us with, and that men finally just said, men came up with this phrase, get your passport. And that changed the game. That took MGTOW to the next level. Get your passports. And now, those passport bros, y'all can call them what you want. Y'all can disagree with what they doing. But all men had to say, and it will spread like wildfire, get your passports. Drizzle, drizzle. You can't make this shit up. Average at best. Free agent lifestyle. MGTOW. Can't stop it now. Men are simple. All right, you're going to keep doing that to us. Well, guess what? SYSBM. That's all men had to say. SYSBM. If you don't know what that means, liberal media, you fucked. And they'll write an article. Well, there's guys going SYSBM. It's too late. Bye bye the cow. Hey, it's too late. Drizzle, drizzle. Men have been trying to tell y'all, but they didn't want to hear it. All right. And no more gay. He gay. He can't get no woman his age. He can't get no woman. He don't like black women. His mama black. None of that's going to matter at all. All right. It's gone, Mr. Inquisitive. CGA, I'm subscribed to your locals. When you talked about the JUCO, but I can't find the money mindset content because they're on two separate things. All right. So locals is one thing, money mindset is another. All right. So they're two separate. They're separately. They don't come together. Battery sold separately. So that's money mindset. All right. And the JUCO is on that. Money mindset is on Patreon. The JUCO is on locals. You a Dusty. You ain't got no money. You broke. If you broke, just say that. Right? Remember? They had a whole bunch to say. Just get your passports. Ended all that. All right. Shout out to our brother Brandon B says, thinking pragmatically about Michael Jordan's mansion. Say you purchased it and made it an Airbnb experience. That would make some cheddar. All the frat boys from the 90s crashing out to have their bachelor party there, laughing my ass off. Yeah, you could probably do that. If the municipality would allow it. I would probably think they wouldn't. I would probably think they wouldn't allow that. There would probably be some verbiage as to not make it an Airbnb. Yeah, winter is here. Winter is here is another one. You a scrub. What about the barbarians at the gate for me? Because we've been put these phraseologies in the Urban Dictionary. It's too late, liberal media. Right? Watch this. I'm going to tell you where it's too late. Thank you, man. Yeah, I would think the Airbnb would not fly. They even do that when you buy new cars, especially expensive cars. They'll make sure you can't Uber it. Watch this, Urban Dictionary. Look at this. This is how late y'all are. If you just say junior college, just the phrase junior college now does not mean community fucking college. Right here. Like, that's how ingrained in the society we are. Because if you go and you type junior college, watch this. Look at that. Code word for women that work at strip clubs or women that are daycare workers is a metaphor for women who are openly available to men who indulge his sexual desires. This term has been made popular by YouTuber Coach Greg Adams, who also runs several successful YouTube channels. It's done. Cooked. Junior college is, I've made a phrase that commonly refers to a educational institute, and it is now on the internet with a description and definition. And the best part about it, they gave me credit for it. That's how late y'all are, bruh. We got motherfuckers. That's how late to the game y'all are, liberal media. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. What about this one? Let me see here. What about this? Peace leave. Peace leave. That's a term for pussy. I literally changed the word for pussy, which is that word is known internationally. Pussy. I changed the word for pussy on the internet. Right here. If you can think of how powerful a man can be, how powerful can one man be? If I can change the word for vagina on the internet, I changed the word for vagina on the internet. Vagina and pussy been known for centuries. I changed the word for pussy. Right there. And guess what? Boom. A term coined by Coach Greg Adams that refers to a woman's vagina. It's too late. You can scrape me off the internet, but you can't take that away. Yeah, bro, you got to acknowledge that.
Acknowledge me.
Oh, I forgot bear versus man. We choose the bear. That's another one. Oh, I'll choose the bear. See, this penis envy and this feminism is crazy. So it's, they call peace leave punani anything. Punani, kitty cat, cookie. I literally changed the word for it and gave it a whole definition, peace leave. And I'm on the internet. That's legendary. And almost all the male content creators use it. All right, there it is. Word out of the red pill community for vagina, mostly used by Coach Greg Adams. Now that's power, man. And that's from 2020, before y'all even knew me. Okay? This is right there, September 2020. That's how long this has been going on, man. September 2020. Okay? This is before even Canvas Samuel started to get popular. So, man, it's too late. It's too late, man. Y'all way behind the 8 ball. All right, yo, shout out to y'all, man. Thank you, man. Let's catch up with these super chats. Shout out to Tony A. Says the girl you're dating has been with more girls than a normal dude has been with. Facts. Facts. The girl you're dating has been with more girls than the normal guy out here dating. And that's an absolute sad fact. Man. I mean, and women will brag about shit like that. Shout out to DGC Moore with the co-sponsorship.
I'm rich, bitch.
He says right here, my coworker, he was the one that told about his coworker that got promoted, but the wife turned it down. The Gale says the hot tour girl catching wreck for crypto meme coin rug pull last night, and he says karma is a big coach. Don't miss her time is up. I heard people put in 25K and they lost it. It's down to 2K. Time up on the hot tour girl. Shout out to Daniel McGee, leveraging options, peace, quiet, and freedom. Free agent lifestyle for life. Okay. All right. Crazy, huh? Crazy. It's the free agent lifestyle. It's the free agent lifestyle here. All right. I wonder what this is. I wonder what this is. Somebody giving me credit for something that I don't think. Oh, I see what it is. Okay, all right. But free agent lifestyle for life, you gentlemen. Let me see if I can pull this up. I got books on the internet. It's a wrap, y'all. Oh, look at this one. This is a good one right here. For people that didn't know, this is from October 2020. This is when Kevin Samuel started to popularize the high value man. My philosophy at that point was rivaling the high value man. This guy, Solitary Beast, who I think is a YouTube content creator, he was comparing the high value man versus the free agent lifestyle. That was October 2020. Like this is how ingrained our philosophies are. All right, high value man versus free agent lifestyle. Which one's the better option for men? Okay. So great information here. This is how ingrained it is. Shout out to this guy right here. I think I did in their YouTube content creator, Coach Greg Adams wrote the book Free Agent Lifestyle, which offers an attractive alternative for men who want to travel, live free, and experience a life of more than being a provider for a woman. 2020. Much more than a book of pickup lines on how to get laid, the Free Agent Lifestyle offers a new philosophy, a huge mindset shift for men. A free agent is a man in control of his own life. He is the sole master of his resources, his money, and his time. That's way before I heard these ninjas team and meta. There's the money, energy, attention, and time right there, 2020. That's how late to the game they are. This has been going on for way too long. Y'all got to unravel all this shit. I don't think they could do it. They ain't got it in them, man. They ain't got it in them. It's too late. Y'all better come talk to us. Really, I think the mass media needs to have a conversation with this space and the people in this space instead of continuing to ignore them. Are we just going to ignore them now and they'll go away? It ain't the case. All right. Ignoring us ain't making us go away. Because people going to find us whether you shadow ban us or not. Shout out to our Kaylin says, speaking of the real estate a couple of years ago, The Weeknd spent $70 million on a Bel Air mansion that was never on the market. He bought it from a Dutch media mogul. The house does look nice, though. I would say that for the mogul, it was a great deal, especially when real estate in LA isn't all that great. Yeah, and people with new money will splurge on something like that. So The Weeknd might have a problem reselling that. But that guy took that deal quick. Michael R. Coach got all the nicknames, but still needs more with how good he is. He says you need to add the real one-man show. And Cedric the Entertainer? Nah, he says more like Cedric or CGA the Entertainer. He ain't got nothing on you. Hot fuego. Hey, also off topic, he says, Pete and Bass, the old white rappers, they are cool as hell. I heard of them, yeah. I started following them recently. I heard their kids wrote their raps, but they're pretty good. But yeah, most of these people that you think are funny comedians, one thing you will find is that, number one, they're handicapped because they can't say what they want to say. Number two, they're, especially the older ones, Cedric the Entertainer or Steve Harvey, they can't say what they want to say, D.L. Hughley, so they're hamstrung. They can't jump on YouTube and say this. They'll get canceled and all their revenue will go bye-bye. And since they're hamstrung, they're not very creative. They're not very creative. They're not funny. They got to sit around and think about funny shit to say. I'll see Cedric the Entertainer like he be on NBA Inside Edition or he'll be hosting the Olympics, and the shit ain't even funny. All right, and they be trying to be funny. Holding their microphone. They'll be trying to say funny shit, and it ain't funny. Because they're hamstrung. Number one, they probably ain't as funny as you think. Number two, they got writers and shit that write for them. Number three, they steal their jokes. That's been proven. All right, number four, they're hamstrung. They're going to get canceled by saying reckless shit. Yeah, so they ain't that funny. They ain't that funny. They're stuck. And by the way, a lot of these people watch us. A lot of these people that I talk about, these celebrities, they watch us. And it's been proven over and over again. They watch us. Right? But most of them really ain't that funny.
New world order.
Yeah, I think Cedric the Entertainer was at the Mike Tyson fight. They're kind of hamstrung. They got to say normal, corny shit. And they don't want to lose their sitcoms. And I wouldn't want to lose the sitcom either. All right. But that's the reason why they're not funny. And they're not really entertaining. And they'll try to say shit, and it just don't, it sounds like it goes off like a fart in church. Kaylin, Coach, you're right about women having no pride. He says, if you think about it, when a woman leaves a man for cheating, why does she need to take his money with her? She can't leave that man in the lifestyle that he provided completely. That's crazy. That's no pride at all. They literally will mess up the family, but then, they'll make the mistake and then come out and try to take your money with them. Well, since I messed up and we're divorcing, I'm entitled to half your shit. You're like, what? So now you're paying alimony on a wife for a wife that cheated on you. Emmanuel says, Donovan has 70K more streamers than you with 150K people watching. Tell him to join the money mindset or hang it up. All right, I don't know what's going on here. But he has 170K more 70K more streamers. Or is that subscribers? Yeah. But my other channel is bigger. So, but this channel with 100,000 subs, it tells you it has major power. Right? It has major power because it beats people with way larger channels. All right. There's people with 800,000 subs can't get this audience. They wish they could get this audience. All right. But, something to be said about it. We don't know. But 150 viewers, I don't know. Shout out to Mr. Inquisitive, Coach. You just mentioned it's over once the robots come out. Look at this clip. All right. Yeah. They're talking about the parts and all that stuff. Yeah. Well, I've never been one to promote like the robot thing, but when I'm saying about that one, I actually heard Mr. Organic, a player, a Mac guy, talking about robots with two blonde white women. All right. That's how you know that people are concerned about what's happening in the future. So Mr. Organic, shout out to him. He had two flatbacks. And they were talking about, damn, when them robots come out, because we're now seeing more and more people. Because the Tesla bots are out, right? So we know where we're going. And I know people think, no, listen, there hasn't been anything ever put out other than religion that didn't have sex be the main thing that people bought it for. Now, religion could be set aside. But the internet, the only reason the internet is popular right now is that there's porn on it. If there was no porn on the internet, people would have been gone about their lives long time ago. People will be reading books and magazines and newspapers. Right? This is a fact. In fact, if you want to know about the amount of traffic, I think there's an obscene number about the amount of people that are online right now that are watching porn. It's like half or more of the traffic right now of all internet traffic is porn. That's it. That's almost more than half the people that are on the internet right now are watching porn. When it went to VCRs and Betamax, the reason why those became popular is because you didn't have to go watch pornography at a movie theater. People don't know this. It wasn't because of movies and you can rent some movies at Blockbuster. The reason why it became popular and Beta didn't have beta porn, VHS had the porn, was because you used to have to go to a movie theater and jerk off in a sticky floor. All right, you had to go to a little shaded room and watch a movie on a goddamn film strip. Now, when they went to VHS, Betamax went out of business. VHS became the popular way we watch videos. Or we watch videos. Period. And robots ain't gonna be no different. Niggas be like, what do I need a robot for? And they gonna put a peace sleeve on a robot, and that's gonna be it. Niggas gonna go scrambling. Right? They gonna scramble and get a bot. Women gonna get a bot. Don't let a woman get a pickle on a bot. It's a wrap. Right here. So the only reason cable TV went crazy is because they had Cinemax, Skinemax, Playboy Channel. That's the only people. Oh, they got what on Playboy? They got what on cable TV? I gotta have it. Not because families wanted to watch HBO movies. People wanted to watch some prawn because they got tired of watching it on the Scramble channel. All right? They can go to the Scramble channel and hear some guts being dug out. I need this cable TV. Okay? So, sex and prawn drives everything. Everything today is popular because of that right there. Right? Anyway. All right. 100%. Spice TV, HBO After Dark, Playboy co-eds, Top 10 Teenage co-eds. Tip drill video on BET. They showing a tip drill video. Internet, social media. Social media did not take off until Hose was on it. Then they like, what? Did you see this picture of this girl? She had a vacuum cleaner up. Where? She did what? Where is it on? It's on Instagram. Where? Hold up. Oh, my phone don't get Instagram. Oh, you need an iPhone 3. Text messaging. Text messaging didn't take off until you could sext message. Remember sexting? Sexting. Now you can text message. All right. Oh, you can do what? Snapchat. Snapchat didn't take off until they said you can send nasty photos and put a time limit so they didn't screenshot it. Snapchat would not have taken off until sex, prawn. Right? So robots are going to be no different. Right? It's going to be a robot. I ain't buying no $30,000 robot. And then the robot going to say, hands on your knees. And then just going to buy robots. It's just. All right. It's how it works. It's how it works. So people going to try to shame us. I can't believe you doing that to that robot. Okay, well, somebody going to do it to it. I'm not saying it's going to be me, but somebody going to have a Megan Fox robot and it's over. It's a wrap. All right. The peace leave economy. All right. And the robot going to be claiming grape. She going to lock up and clench up her peace sleeve on you and rip your. All right. That's what it's going to do. And let me get to the brothers on Ko-Fi. Thanks for being patient. TWP says, what's up, coach? That Britney Spears video reminds me of a video you played on your show a while back when a guy was arguing with his girlfriend and she revealed that she felt 12 in that moment of the argument. These bitches is crazy. Yep, I'm 12 years old in the argument, and now you cooked. OnlyFans, too. OnlyFans is another thing, man. Nobody was checking for that. OnlyFans is going to die. It's too much punani on OnlyFans. It's going nowhere. Shout out to Jay McGee. My brother Daniel Mack introduced me to you 4 days ago, and it's a big help. Straight gems. Shout out to Daniel Mack and his brother Jay. Thank you for being here, man. I appreciate you. Welcome to the show. Ken Rose, when you lease, though, isn't full cover required? Yes. Also, is it possible to lease with unlimited mileage? Is annually? Yes. That's called an open-ended lease. So there's closed-ended lease, open-ended leases. You're typically not going to find a open-ended lease until you get into high-priced vehicles, supercars. All right, you will be able to open-end lease, but you're going to have to get full coverage insurance, which what I'm saying is full coverage insurance is a must no matter what. All right, but if you're driving some shit that you don't care about, right, then you can go with comprehension and collision. All right, but you want full coverage pretty much if you want, because there's a lot of migrants out here that will slam into your shit, and then me no got no insurance, poppy. All right, now you shit out of luck. All right, so watch out for that. Eric McGee says, go where you celebrate it, not where you tolerate it. Facts. Same thing with the cold approach. Go where you celebrate it, not where you tolerate it. Then you explain why you like feet. You've mentioned multiple times your foot picture collection. Do you actually have one? The answer is I refused. What is it? I have the right to remain silent. I don't actually have a foot picture collection, but not to say that I won't look at a woman that got her feet out. All right. But foot is an erotic zone because, right? People don't realize, I think what we don't do, if you go to Central American or South American countries, even though they're third world and dangerous, they actually look at women and they know and understand the woman. Same thing as Muslim countries. Muslim countries require a hijab to cover certain areas of the woman's body that men will find attractive. Now in America, we do what we call, we commit what we call repression. Okay, because our country is Christian Puritan in the origin, right? So we still try to maintain those values. What we do is we repress sexuality, which I think has been severely unhealthy, and it has made us do things to try to overcome the repression, which has made men sometimes sexually violent or perverted or stuff like that. When you go to countries like Brazil, they don't hide these things from kids. We try to hide sexuality from kids all the way to 12, 13. Don't look at that, 14, 15. And all it does is make kids try to pursue viewing these things in an unhealthy way. Europe is somewhat like that as well. French, if you will. They'll have nude beaches and be like, titties out. But we don't look at sexuality like that. So what we do is then we don't understand sexuality. So that anything that is not basic sexuality is perverse. But if you go to a Muslim country, they cover a woman's hair, eyes, legs, ankles, knees, feet, toes. They cover all that shit. Why? Because these are erogenous zones of the woman. Men will find almost all of these areas erotic. In America, we like, how can a man like feet? And then a woman will go out of her way getting pedicures, nails, paint on the feet. They will put cream, oil of Olay. They will make the foot as attractive as possible and then deny why it's attractive. They will put their feet in shoes, designer shoes, arch the heel, arch the arch. They will motherfucking put shoes and sandals. And then say, why do men find feet attractive? See, that's called repression. You're not dealing with it honestly. Why would you go that route to do? Men don't do shit like this. And women don't like men's feet because it don't make sense. But yep, they'll do ankle chains and ankle bracelets and toenails and toe designs. Like, bruh, because it is a erogenous zone. Not all men find it to be erogenous, but it's an erogenous zone. So what you will find is that men like certain areas of the body that are somewhat not normal. Some men like a woman's hamstrings. Like if her hamstrings are popping or her quads are popping, men will go crazy. Some men like women's ankles. There's men that like cankles. Like if the woman has wide cankles, he want to jerk off on her cankles. There's men that like feet. There's men that like a woman's hands. Like, a woman can't cover. There's men that like women's hair. I like curly hair. I like straight hair. I like blonde hair. I like red hair. There's men that like certain pubic hairs. There's some men that like to strip off all the pubic hair. You see what I mean? Like, but I would think healthy coat. Yeah. Oh, by the way, in the Philippines, armpits are a thing. You didn't know that. Armpits are a thing in the Philippines. I was absolutely flabbergasted. And I then start looking into it. And yes, if your armpit has dark armpits, you're less than. If your armpits are white or pale, it's better. So they'll go out of their way to show that they don't have dark armpits in the Philippines. Some men like lips. It just depends on where you are. Some men likes a woman lips because lips are basically the vagina turned horizontally. Right? And we mimic it. We plump the lips. We put red and pink lipstick around the lips. We make the lips more attractive and then wonder why we're attracted to lips. You know what I mean? Like, we don't understand. We don't understand. Yes, people bleach their armpits. I actually know a Filipino woman. By the way, people think I don't know what I'm talking about. I have 2 Filipino women that explained everything. I was like, wow. And I actually had a Filipino woman show me a woman on a dating profile. She showed that she had not dark armpits. I was like, damn. Like, it's mad crazy. It goes crazier than that. So what we have to understand is our culture represses a lot of sexuality. This is why we do things like men and women can work together without even addressing the sexuality until sexuality happens. And then we try to figure it out. Then we try to say, well, why did he sexually harass the coworker? He shouldn't be thinking about sex on the job. That's called repression. And women will put men in these situations. Well, why is he catcalling me and I'm dressed half naked? That's called repression. You're not even respecting the guy's biological. Well, his biology shouldn't matter. That's called repression. And guess what? The more you repress, the more likely unhealthy sexuality occurs. Rape, sexual assault, catcalling, sexual harassment. That's when you repress it. Porn addiction, sexual frustration. The more you not acknowledge it, the more. This is when a wife lives with a man and it doesn't have sex with him. What happens? He gets frustrated, aggressive, abusive, cheats. The more you repress it, the more likely unhealthy sexuality happens. He watches porn. Maybe touches a kid. I'm not explaining it away, but what I'm saying is the more you don't address it, and sex is the most powerful thing you're going to do out here, the more you don't address it and simply say, put it in the back of your mind and ignore it and get over it, the more likely you're going to have unhealthy sexual relationships and situations. Yep, you get arguments and frustration and abuse when there's sexist marriages. That's called repression. Okay, so I just think what we do is we find people that have a certain thing and then we say, why? Explain it. When it's obvious as fuck. It's super obvious. Just deal with the reality of it instead of trying to figure out why it's wrong, because millions of people have that same attraction. It's kind of like asking a black man, well, how could you like a white woman? It's a woman. It's a woman. Why do I have to explain that? You see her? That's a woman right there. It should not be some, well, you know, it's not that hard. It's a female. I am attracted to females. Not to color of females, but I might like a certain color or a certain shade. It shouldn't take no grand explanation to explain it. She got a punani. I want to poke it. All right? Obvious. It's obvious. But nature is always going to dominate. We can't out-design nature. Nature's been designed, and we've been here for 150 years. God been playing matchmaker for the entire time. Shouldn't be that obvious. It shouldn't have to explain obvious situations. You're trying to use logic to explain nature. That's called repression. When the minute you do that, you're trying to explain some shit that's completely obvious. Right? All right, come on. There's no explanation. And then once you do that, then you might find, oh, maybe I am weird. And then they have you in an MK Ultra psychology chair talking about your foot fetish. Why do you like younger women? Completely fucking obvious. It should not even need to be explained. It perverse. It says something about you. Literally, she's the only woman on here that's fertile. In the fertile instance, she's the only one on here that can have a baby. You can't. Not only can't you have a baby, you might not even want to have a baby. She's the only one that is fertile. Bitch, how do you think babies got here? Young women. Now, the dad could have been any age. See Virgin Mary. I mean, it's not that hard. What people try to do is explain away shit to make themselves feel better. Common sense. Now, what you can say is instead of making the guy a creep, maybe make the guy give another option as to say, well, you know, you can get this from an older woman. I mean, clearly shouldn't have to explain it. But in America, we do. We overcomplicate everything when you can simply say biology, nature, blah, blah, blah. Why do men cheat? They're non-monogamous normally. Right? So be a better woman. Fuck your man. Suck his dick. That's the answer. Let him nut on your feet instead of calling him a creep. Because the minute you don't let him nut on your feet, he's going to find another woman to nut on his feet. Not nut on her feet, too. Obvious. But we do this to ourselves. It's in spectacular fashion. And not only that, you never find the solution. That's the funny part. You'll never solve it. You'll just keep trying to rethink why. Now, in fact, if you solve the problem, then I wouldn't have a case. But you've never solved the problem. Men been cheating on you American bitches since the beginning of time, and you still asking why. Right? And you got him in a sexist marriage, and then you making them jump on 1 foot for a piece of pussy. And then he could go over there with $50 and get a piece right there. That's why he cheated. Not that hard to figure out. Use your common sense. But you guys don't want to use common sense. This sounds like an ad to stay away from men. Go ahead. You can't survive. Common sense says you guys are going to die. If you think men are that creepy, being in their natural state, then go in a corner in a cave and die, get eaten by the saber-toothed tiger, get great by the men because you can't stay away from them. If you don't got a man protecting you, then 6 Indian men are going to come put their hands on your hips non-consensually. So pick a poison, pick a struggle, take the bear, see how you do with the bear. If that's what you want to do, go with the bear then. All right. Go hang out with the bear in the cave. See how well you do there. All right. Again, just ignore reality. Again, this is what I'm talking about. Just ignore reality. Well, I don't want to do that with him. Okay, go with the bear. Pretty simple. And see if the bear don't fuck you up. All right. Like, guys, damn, man, it ain't that hard. Look, just understanding goes a long way. Part of my show with men is just understand women, and it's going to make sense. Understand women, it's going to make sense. If you go about life trying to figure them out and get them to think the way you think, you're going to lose. Understand, accept, and then you'll figure it out. All right. But y'all try to change people. Men try to change women. Women try to change men. And this is why we have this space. All right. Anyway, press your luck out there walking down the street by yourself. Oh, man. How many more I got? We really are simple creatures. Shout out to everybody leaving. Rashido Brown, shout out to you. TB says, fire ass show, coach. He says, with these liberal F-tards finally starting to see men go their own way, what is your perspective on how this will all ultimately play out? Where does society go? Just please understand they're not approaching this in a genuine way. They're trying to change men. So they're going to come in and just give us a quick solution, which is a Band-Aid. They screwed the pooch. All right, NGN, people don't know that hentai porn was created by women who went under male names. Women love tentacles and being defiled by men and even animals. There's a reason women love big dogs in movies like Beauty and the Beast and Tarzan. Again, getting a little too deep. And every day women live with for that reaction from a man they like. It's mental judo. Shock and awe is equivalent to nut check. When she said 612, that was the reaction she was looking for. Oh, he says, don't let an XX make you jump and be cool at all times. Everything she do is insignificant. Facts. Abel returns to Eden, says, my dear coach, my biggest game has been my monk mode for the last 10 years. What about monk mode? That's been something that's been around for the last 10 years. I can't go back at this point. I wear a ring and everything. However, the complete indifference seems to challenge women. Sometimes it gets too much. Monk mode is another example of something that took off that has made men just look for something else to do. Every day, I got you already. All right, quick main event. I know we've been here too long, so I'll just put it up here quickly and not give it much not much explanation. So we're going to get out of here with this article. Since it's the main event, I'll address it. This woman right here says, I sacrificed my life for my career and regret every minute of it.
So I could focus on my career.
One woman's raw confession after finding help herself childless and lost at age 40. Now, here's the woman here. She looks 50. It's a white woman. All right.
Where the white women at?
What happened to the article? All right. Oh, there it is right there. All right, so there's the woman right here, childless, single, 40. This is the new state of American women. By the way, I often said we got 25 years to recover from this. We need at least 2 generations to recover from the damage we have done to marriage, dating, and all of that. 25 years. That's 25 years from us recognizing what we failed at. You heard what I said. So people think this is going to change tomorrow. It's not. We have damaged society and relationships to no repair. So if you think this is changing overnight, it's not. That's why I'm going to be here for 25 years, God willing. All right. And what do I also say? We're going to need a world war, an economic collapse of epic proportion, a religious awakening. We're going to need a plague, sexually transmitted plague. All right. We're fucked. We're going to need 2 or 3 generations to repair this because you have these people still alive. They still need resources and Social Security and retirement, right? They still think they can date at 40 and 50. They still think they're viable options. Like we're in a situation we need 40, 50 years. We need 25 years from acknowledging where we messed up. And we ain't even there yet. We still have women that won't acknowledge why they got pedicures and shit and why I want to put my nut on it. That's all right. We still are out here ridiculous. And we need a religious awakening. It's FUBAR, and it ain't going to change with no dialogue on the internet. All right, just to let you know. This is her at 22. Now, women will swear up and down they look awkward at 22 and better at 40. I beg to differ. I beg to differ. Women will swear up and down, well, I looked awkward at 22 and I looked unhealthy and small and childlike. Of course, a lot of guys like that. And then she's like, but I look better and I'm comfortable in my skin at 40. Sogmeister got her. You don't. Keep telling yourself that. Sorry. I mean, again, we don't use any common sense. We don't use any common sense. So here she is, career woman, traveling the world in I. She got money in retirement. She had a dream as a child to be a journalist or a archaeologist. She had two passions and pursued neither. She declined or decided medicine or law would be more sensible option for study. And she was swayed towards the latter by a patronizing school career advisor.
And it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault.
All right, so she even now pushed the blame off to someone else as to why she chose law or medicine. And she chose it, and now she hates every minute of it, and she only had this epiphany at 40 and childless. All right? You can't tell them, man. And here's the sad part about it. She was getting fucked the entire time. She was getting her insides pushed to her esophagus. She gonna leave that part out. It says her name is, we'll call her Angie. She sacrificed her entire life to become a corporate lawyer and now regrets it. Of course. Oh, now you want to pivot. Too late. Too late. As a child, she dreamt of being a journalist or archaeologist. We covered that. The teacher had laughed in her face and said, you can't be a lawyer, you're a woman. So from that day, she decided to prove that man and the world wrong.
And it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault.
It ended up being her greatest mistake of her life. Penis envy. Penis envy. You can't tell me what to do. Just because I'm a woman don't mean I won't do it. He tried to tell you, but guess what? You don't want to listen.
Gotcha, bitch.
So you tried to prove that one counselor wrong, and now all of a sudden you regret it. Color me shocked. Her high-flying career as a corporate lawyer would span 16 years and robbed her of joy, sleep, and a loving relationship and chances at motherhood. She does look 50. I don't think she looks 40 at all. She's lying. She ran herself into the ground, sometimes working 23 hours a day until she reached total burnout. Today, she regrets every minute of her legal career. Now, not all women will get to this point, but you will know that they will burn out way sooner. 40, 45, 50, 55. That's when they get frustrated. Or they'll hit the glass ceiling, or they'll realize that there's no CEO possible. You know, her dreams of being a high-power lawyer, what they see on fucking TV shows didn't become a reality. That is hard work, and they'll start pivoting and look for a career and maybe work less hours, right? This is the dangers of older women, is that when you get with them, they're going to pivot. They'll change their career. Let's say you get with her and you marry her, and she's 46. As soon as you marry her, buy a house, give her stability, she's going to work less hours. All right, at first, she'll work more hours and try to compete with you. As soon as she hit 48, 49, 50, she about to pack it in, work less hours, feel like she can now pivot into another career. You got it. We have enough money. Happens all the time. All right. And she might not think she's going to do it because they're like children. Children want a toy. All right. You haven't cleaned up your room, but I'll promise to clean up my room every day if you buy me this toy. You get the kid the toy's on the goddamn floor. All right, with the rest of the toys, and they don't want to clean up. As soon as you come in, hey, I thought you was going to clean up. You're bothering me. You're making me sad. I mean, this is how you treat them. That's why I always pat them on the head. They really don't know what they want. They think they want it. They try to prove you wrong, and then bait and switch. All right, so now she's baiting and switching, but she's finding, because dating is not what it used to be, she thought she would just jump out there and get her a new man.
What happened? Where did all the men go?
All right, and then men aren't dating like that. So now she's still out here solo and struggling. All right. She says she's, it says right here, her despair for the utter loss young women should be used to. She also grieves the children she never had. I'm pretty sure she had some abortions, though. Right? I'm pretty sure she had some abortions, all right? And you could get pregnant right here at 22, but you were a baby, or you still were a child with a degree. It says, looking back at her days as a corporate lawyer, she realizes she was in a glass prison. Quote, because I worked my whole life to get to the top, I didn't realize I could have left. To me, giving up wasn't an option. In my mind, I would have felt like a complete failure if I quit or dropped out. I wanted to be successful. And I truly believe there was no other option. Well, you know what's happening?
I could focus on my career.
You know what's happening is she simply is realizing that that the money she makes as a corporate lawyer is all for naught, right? It's tough economically. The dollar doesn't stretch. She still can't live. You know, she can't buy her Barbie castle and her dream car. She's not going to get her kin. And she's like, why am I doing this? She's not marrying successful other lawyers. How women are like, I want a man on my career level or above. Those men don't want to marry some old 40-year-old woman who finally made partner. I was very conditioned by society. Here we go.
It is all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault.
All right. About what success looked like. And I wanted to prove to my family of medical experts that I can do it. Again, she's trying to keep up with her brothers. I was the first in my family to become a lawyer. Okay. From that moment, she stepped into the corporate ladder. The pressure to be perfect and resilient was drilled into her. Yeah, that's what you have to do when you go to work. This attitude became all-consuming. She says, you know, you have to know the law inside and out. You have to know your job. And the advice you give has to be almost 100% perfect. If you're wrong, they have huge consequences. Yes, consequences. Like, you can't just wing it. This ain't Popeyes. All right, as a lawyer, you start to internalize the message of perfection. You start to identify with it and hold yourself up to that impossible expectation. This is amazing. This is amazing. We wrote about this in my book, The Evolution, about the woman that came up with Sex in the City, ended up regretting being childless, single, and 60. Now, this is also happens in marriage. All right. So what will happen is she'll get married and then she'll think you're accepting of her flaws because you overlooked her flaws. Baby, you perfect with that cesarean section scar up and down your tummy. Right. But what will happen is you'll still want her to be perfect. And then she was like, I can't be perfect for you. I feel like you're putting too much pressure for me, right? And then she'll want to crash out. I don't deserve you. You're just too good for me, and I can't be good enough for you. She'll crash the fuck out. Trust me, man, I got this shit figured out. She'll crash out, divorce you, and take half alimony, and you gave her a second lifeline. Now she ain't got to work no more. And then I'll just end it at this. She says the long hours and pressure put you in a very dark place. She stopped eating, felt completely anxious, and her sleep was non-existent. Panic attacks became a regular part of life. She was in a toxic, codependent relationship for years that produced no children and left her emotionally drained. Seeing her colleagues flourish made things worse. I mean, ring the bell. By the way, women will deny this reality, yet they are the ones with anxiety. They're the ones in therapy. Every time you look up, not only are they in therapy, as soon as they get out, they promote in therapy. They're highly depressed. Most likely, 1 out of 4 are taking mental health meds, with probably 50% more needing to take some. And they will be like, Coach, this isn't true. I don't have it. Well, why are you anxious all the time? Why are you losing sleep? I can't sleep. I don't understand. I don't understand what I need to do to get some sleep. Well, baby, listen, these big shoulders are built to do all of this work. Maybe you ain't up to snuff. Maybe you ain't built that way. Maybe you need to do another role that is less than that. Maybe you need to take on less responsibility. You also have women say, if I could find a man that can pay my rent and car note, that would take all the stress of me having to perform and pay bills. They're not built like that, bruh. You ain't built like that. You ain't built for this. You ain't going to do this for 40 years. You're going to do it for 10, 20 years, kick the can down the road and crash out and be in therapy. Okay, that's what you're going to be. If I could just find a man that can take the stress off of me and we can live 50-50, or he can pay my bills and rent, and then I feel like the rest of the money, I feel like I have some space to breathe. That's not how life works. Men don't have that option. Men don't have an option. I wonder if there's a woman that can pay my rent and my car note so that the rest of the money I bring in, it will bring me less stress and anxiety trying to perform. We don't have that option. Instead, you got to be with me looking at your toes and what I want to do with them. You, on the other hand, well, I don't want that. I'll just be with the bear. Take the bear. Super chats. That was a great show. All right. Y'all got to start playing hardball with them. Where our society messed up in America is we took them too seriously. We took them too seriously. And while a few women This isn't their issue. They're fully happy, capable. They're performing well. They're high functioning. They don't have student loan debt. They don't have mortgage debt, or they're paying their bills on time. They have savings, retirement, 401k. There's a small percentage of women doing that. Now, if you look at the data on student loans and foreclosures and evictions, the women are not performing. But we took them seriously as if all of them were going to do this. And some women were talked out of starting a family. You're too young. You're still a child. Go fuck off your 20s and then find you a man at 30.
What happened? Where
and it's
did
not
all
happening
that
for them,
go?
so they crashing out. They don't know what to do. And it's causing this major, major rift on society. Divorcing their husband, think that they will be better, and they ended up worse. I mean, and then they complain. Well, women end up worse after divorce. Well, stay married. Shut your mouth. Do what you're supposed to do. It ain't that damn hard. Jesus Christ.
Silence, you fool.
You try to, you had a decent situation and you made it worse. Was the marriage that bad? No. You just didn't want to listen. So then you jumped out here and now you drowning. Okay, so you jumped out of the frying pan into the fire. You jumped out of the boat into the ocean. Right? I don't like how you're paddling this boat. All right, jump into the ocean in. Now you out here, but I'm drowning. Okay. Oh, shit. I love it, though, because I got all the answers out here. You just don't want to admit it. I can't stand you in this boat. You're a narcissist. All right, jump in there and there's a shark on your ass. All right, how's that shark gnawing on your ass right now? Shark out there and you're in 50-foot waves. How's that doing? How's that? And for the ladies like not me, all right, and you're sitting in a 1-bedroom, 600 square foot hovel, acting like you made it. Acting like you made it and doing better. I'm doing better by myself. You're underperforming and you're in debt. You're a sinking ship, right? At this point, you're drowning. You're 1 month away from homeless. Like, how's that better? All right, anyway. Should have just kept your mouth shut and you would have been all right. All right, you caused the problem. By the way, there's a video, and I played it before, of women's, these two older couples that I think are the rape therapists. They're basically saying that women bring up the majority of problems in relationships, but 70% of them can't be solved. Listen to that again. Write this down. In relationships, and I played them, there were two you-know-who-ish older couple, and I think they both were therapists. They said women bring up 70% of the issues in your relationship. I'm sorry, they bring up the majority of the issues. They bring it up and they say, this is a problem, this is a problem. But 70% of those problems have no solution. Meaning that there's no solving it. So if I make an adjustment, we're making an adjustment, we're going to hustle backwards. That adjustment might set us back. Or that adjustment is temporary, it's a Band-Aid. They manufacture and come up with these problems, but there are really no solutions to them. And when you're in relationships, you got to understand that most of these issues, these relationships that fall apart, it's that exact same situation. My marriage was like that. It was like they give you like the catch-22. The ye old catch-22, where you damned if you do, damned if you don't. And they'll put you in there and they'll be all stressed about it and want you to go. But I'm like, okay, but if we do that, this is going to happen. And you do it and that happens. And then they're like, but we need to fix that now. And you're like, that's why I always say, man, most women, the problems they bring up, I be like,
silence, you fool.
Just shut up. Like, there ain't no even reason to talk about it. The next thing you need to do is pack your bags and leave. You bring another problem to me, you need to be walking out the door with nothing. With nothing but the shirt on your back and the panties on your butt. All right, that's the only fucking thing you got left, because I ain't gonna budge. I ain't making a fucking budge. I ain't moving a muscle with whatever the hell you ask me to do. All right, because it's not fixable. Okay? These are unfixable situations, and they gonna constantly complain. All right? Let me see here. Let me see here if I can pull it up. KT King shared it, but it had music. So, let me see. Here it is. Here it is. I'll play the video for the people that want to see it. Let's see here. And by the way, a woman's saying it, so they may listen.
We found in our research that 69% of all problems that couples struggle with are perpetual issues. They never go away. They never get fully solved. And that's because they're based on either differences in personality or differences in lifestyle preferences.
There it is. It's just my personality. You want to change who I am? This is how I want to live. You want to change how I want to live? It's not going to get solved. 69% not solvable.
So we have a number of ways of helping with conflict management that we found in our couples who were successful. And here are a few of them. One is that.
Shut up! All right, I'll finish that for her. All right, that's number one. That's number two. Number three.
Silence, you fool.
Number four.
Shut your bitch ass up.
Well, those would be the ways I deal with it. I don't know. That's not the healthiest way. Snap Tech Fix says, recently a family member said she doesn't understand why her husband cheats, then proceeds to tell me it's been 5 years since she gave him some peace leave. He said the answer is right in front of them, but they never listen. Give her a big, huge.
You big dummy.
You can't be with a man and have not sex with him, no sex for him for 5 years and expect them to stick around. That's common sense. Oh, we got another solution right here, too.
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Cut that bitch off.
That's number 5.
Next caller.
That's number 5 right there. All right, that's how I deal with it. Number 5 is Reverend X. But yeah, you can't have 5-year relationship, no sex, and then wonder why he cheats. He deserves to cheat, and you deserve to get cheated on. Every day, she chose that life and became the man she wanted instead of being with a man, having that life that she regrets. He says, women don't have a CGA or a KS in their life. I cry with a fistful of 20s as a Ling clean off in my bathroom. I think you meant clean up in my bathroom because I'm a free agent for sure. For sure, guys, it's not that hard. It ain't that hard. Tradisha says this woman is trying to be a cautionary tale, but she would most likely be a complaining ass single mom like most women her age. She is just fantasizing a perfect life like people do that never married men. Facts. So Tranisha, you picked up on that too. I said the same thing. I said if she got married, she'd be complaining about that. Right? Because she's battling with the expectations. She's battling with the expectations, right? And so she's assuming that she can find a simp that won't have expectations of her. No, I find that most, let's talk about marriages. We're talking man from woman, so be offended. Most women don't like the expectations of them in their marriage. So they start having these expectations. Initially, they'll do them. Initially, they'll be happy to do them. Then what will happen is they'll be excessive. And then they'll be critical, like you're criticizing them. Right? You're criticizing me. You're saying I'm not good enough. Or your expectations of me are too much. Okay. There's one thing we could do to solve that. You can take your ass on if you don't want to fit the bill. And I say the same thing with men. I've been criticizing men on the same thing. They just be like, I ain't paying my wife $100 a week for snacks. I'm like, that's completely unrealistic. And what did I tell them? Don't get married. So for anybody telling me that I'm misogynistic, I say the same thing as men. I say more than likely you're going to be a provider. More than likely it'll be beneficial for you to be a provider. Although we fight to not want to be just a provider. Well, shit, I can't change the rules. All right, I can't change the rules of nature. We're protector, provider. But if they take it for granted or don't appreciate it, that's when you can step in and make them realize, bitch, you're going to be outside. Right? That's leveraging options. Okay, listen, I don't have to provide for you. your walking papers are gone. You remember you signed that prenup? Bye-bye. All right, but men don't want to do that because you guys are wussies. Same with the women. They confused. Men are weak. So y'all don't want to hold the woman accountable and come in and listen. I've been that guy, so I can speak. You don't want to pull rank. You ain't got the leverage to. You want to get a woman that appreciates you for being poor, and then you realize over years you become less poor, and then she gets you. And now you didn't pull rank. The women are out here like, I don't want to step up. I don't want to be as perfect. He wants me to be perfect. You got one job. When I get home, greet me. First thing you say is, get him, daddy. Second thing you do is you say, look at what I have, and show me some bacon. I made you some bacon, 3 strips, just for you to eat on when I get home. Third thing you do is you be quiet for as long as possible. Give me 20 minutes.
Silence, you fool.
Fourth thing you do is grab your ankles. All right. How hard is that, ladies? Ladies, ask yourself, how hard is that? You would think that that would be easy. A woman could say, I'll do it. I'll get in. Guess what they'll do? You will give them that exact same job, and in 2 years, they'll be complaining about that. I don't know why you want to poke on me all the time. That's why I got you out here housed in this facility. If I don't want to poke on you, you'll be under a bridge in a cardboard box right now. It's pretty simple. Let me poke on you and fix me bacon. All right, this is what you should say to that.
Okay, daddy.
Now, once you have done those 4 things, it's pretty much smooth sailing from that point. It should get easy. Right? That should be fairly easy. It would take you all of 20 minutes. Right here. 20 minutes. I probably would not give y'all no problems. It take 20 minutes out of your day to do all 4 of them things, and they can't do it. Why do you got to do it that way? Well, I don't want to do it. It shouldn't be this way. 20 minutes. Okay, 35 minutes out of your day. All right. And guess what? Most women will fuck that up. They gonna mess that up. And much of why they mess it up is why they get abused and yelled at and screamed at and cheated on. Their issues stem right there. They don't want to do the 35 minutes yet. Then you want to see me drive off to the strip club and get my meat jerked. Like, I'm like, all right, you ain't going to do it. I'm going to go get Kaylee to do it. Kaylee, what you going to do for me? All right, tell them, Kaylee.
Hi, my name is Kaylee. I'm a blonde. I have no tips. I make boys fall in love with me. They always throwing fits. I like being single. No, I've never been cuffed. These boys want a relationship, but I'm just trying to fuck.
I'll find Kaylee real quick. There's a Kaylee next door. Kaylee will do it. Hey, Kaylee, my wife don't want to cook me no bacon and fix my meat. All right, and then she got problems. He just leaves the house. He never tells me where he wants to go. I think he's cheating on me. You had a chance. It ain't like I gave you a chance. All right, and then we got our brother here, Alton G, says CGA's rants been kind of short lately. It's the end of the week. It's fatigue. I'm fatigued at this point. All right, and my voice is going. I got to preserve my voice or I'm going to sound like Tom Likas and Robert F. Kennedy. All right, so I got to figure out some strategies here because I've noticed my vocal cords have been getting weaker. All right, so I got to figure this out. If I want to do this for a long time, I don't want to run out of voice. I'm going to be talking all raspy and shit. Shout out to the Coach Gang. Hit the like button. I'm going to the JUCO. Peace.
Vibe blowing up the J. Got the loud jumping at the pay. Everything I'm on slab. Everything I do is got the Benz jumping at the bay. Vibe blowing at my J. Got the loud jumping at the pay. Everything I'm on slab.
We've been with the Brazilians. This would be the first.
They wild, I think.
I'm innocent.
Bro, you hear that guy? Bro.